start even? 29, 60 FPS. It looks like it's going. It's going. Excellent. And then we're just immediately live on YouTube, which is terrifying, but is what it is. Then my overlay and try and press 3 and see if it still works. Oh. Test in here. So test in here. Hey, cool. Alright. We'll see how long it lasts before it runs into whatever combination of weird characters someone will type in YouTube or whatever that'll break it. Something eventually always breaks it. See everybody? Whether you be on Twitch or whether you be on YouTube. The astute amongst you may notice a different side of the room my office continues to develop. There's a big door behind me. How exciting. Yeah, because what I'm doing at the moment is I'm taking part in this that multiplayer jam that GameMaker announced. So like, hey, take a game, give it multiplayer, put it on OperaGX with the multiplayer, and we'll give $1,000 to the best 10 things. So I'm like, yeah, why not? I'll take part in that. Why not? You know, like I wanted to do this anyway. I wanted to bring Fireball over this thing, so what a good excuse, you know? And it's been more work than I was honestly predicting in the first place, which is just my own naivety. But I've got about 4 days left to finish it. And since I'm doing that, and I'm spending a lot of time on that, what I'm not otherwise doing is making videos, doing my job, you know? So I'm like, okay, well, how do I deal with that? Well, let's stream some of it, and then, like, it's content! So yeah, but I think it'll be useful either way, because some people have even asked about like if I could do like a tutorial on the multiplayer stuff, and let's just say I've learned a lot about it over the last few days, so that's possibly going to be a thing in the future. So if I want to do that immediately now because of how early the tech is, and just like so much about it is going to change, you know, over time. There'll be more functions, more stuff dealing with it, and so on. So I kind of want to like give it a little bit of time to settle, but I am learning so much about just like how it works, how we optimize it, and so on. And that's going to be the biggest struggle, at least in the next few days, is trying to optimize this for more than 2 players. 2 players, it's kind of okay at the moment. Do this. Like here today, I wonder if me streaming really does have something to do with it. Yeah, I mean, it's still mostly alright. But generally this is usually very good, very playable, but then when the moment you add a 3rd, it gets like exponentially worse, and then a 4th is like, whoa. Do more isometric tutorial? What do you mean by more? You know, do you mean like update my old stuff? Maybe because, you know, there's an older version of GameMaker. I mean, it all still works, but like, just because it doesn't feel comfortable anymore, or is there just stuff you really think I'm missing? So I know some people have said, well, both of these things, right? And it's like, I'm like, oh, you only really covered like how to do like, just like draw stuff and make the world. And I'm like, a bit like, yeah, well, what else do you want? You know, like it's tough for me to know, you know, like what do you need to know? And that's hard because it gets harder the more and more I know. You know, I think it was actually easier to make tutorials when I knew less about GameMaker because I knew it was just immediately like, oh, I wish I'd have known this kind of thing. As I learn more and more and more, I'll make a video about something and I'll be like, and then they can work the rest out from there kind of thing, you know, and then this leads into this, but like, obviously that's not always the case. So like, I kind of just have to ask a bit more because I'm losing that perspective on being super inexperienced that I used to have, I guess. Would I say this new multiplayer feature is for basic semi-advanced gaming users? So it's tricky, right? It feels like they want it to be as easy as it can be for everyone, and if your game is simple, and that's the tricky part, is knowing the extent of what that means, but if your game is simple, then yes, you can guess you can follow like Matharu's tutorial, you can follow like the video tutorial they've got and so on. You can even do it with GML visual and that, but like, and it's like not that hard in theory to set up, but understanding it and getting your head around it and like learning to develop for it is trickier. I don't know if it's like, I don't know how much actually experience even helps with that or hinders because you're trying to do things like that or what, but it does get to be a pain quite quickly. A lot of stuff, right? Like I've like there's so many little issues in this that I only had a chance of working out because of I think my kind of longer term experience. It's hard to say. I don't think it's ultra beginner friendly. I think it's about as beginner friendly as you could ever hope for it to be in some ways. Yeah, I mean, everyone does learn differently as well, yeah, Thams. The question for me is just like, you know, but the more I learn about how more different people learn, the more of a variety of stuff I can put out for lots of different people that works in different ways, you know. I have that like turbo tutorial. A lot of people really liked that and found it was like, and you know, I get a lot of comments on that like, you know, I can't usually follow tutorials, but this one actually really worked for me just because it was just absurdly fast, even though I half made it as a joke. So it's cool that stuff like that can exist and help people out, you know. It always has done, but well, I'll say always. It's had like netcode stuff that's gotten better over time for like a long time, and you can do you've always been able to do well, always been able to do like socket multiplayer stuff for a very long time. It's only they've recently added something that makes some of it a lot easier to kind of dip your toe into, I guess. I'm thinking about a Dark Shadow, but I think it's going to take some time. It's gonna, like, I want the technology is so early that I kind of want it to settle down a bit before I make a tutorial that then I have to instantly remake, you know? Because like the functions have changed, or they've changed, you know, just how things might work at a fundamental level. But I'm definitely learning a lot, and you know, that information is going to be useful when it comes around to making the tutorial. So I think I will do that eventually, you know. I wouldn't expect it like in a couple of weeks or something like that, you know. It's going to be a little while before when I think the time is right, you know. So the progress, to give you a bit of backstory on where this game is. So like I made this game, this Fireball game, in like 2 days, right? It was a game jam game. It was a London Diary thing. One of my favorites, like a really dumb like local multiplayer thing where you like shoot, you saw the game a second ago, you shoot fireballs. It's kind of like Spleef, like in Minecraft, right? Where you like knock blocks out from under one another. I even took a version of it, made it like up to 8-player local multiplayer, like a post-jam version of it. Like you could just plug in like as many pads as you can and just play with like loads of people. And so I was like, oh, online multiplayer would be sick for this. I basically more or less had to rewrite the whole game though. And I don't know how much of that is just like, this is what everyone's going to go through when they port a game to this, or a lot of it being like, well, because of the way I wrote it for a jam and wrote it really quickly, I wrote it in such a way that was pretty incompatible, you know, and like I really had to like tear everything apart, because basically all of the logic of everything was basically just like in one like kind of like game object that did everything, and it did a lot of like its logic in the drawer event and stuff like that, and you can't do that with managed objects and stuff. So I had to like really tear out everything to do with like drawing the game and put it like in its own object, because I do a lot of that with isometric stuff specifically, right? Like I go over all the tiles, so I draw the tiles in order and that kind of thing, and that's important. Especially if I ever want to draw like players behind tiles, like if they fall through a hole. There's a lot going on there, so I had to really like untangle a big like nest of stuff and rework a lot of the data, and like there was a lot of like global variables just doing lots of stuff being accessed by lots of things. Again, that doesn't really work well for this new multiplayer stuff. I really want things, you really want to control your scope quite well. You want to you basically want to do all the good practice coding stuff just that you would normally in theory want to do, but you would get away with a lot more with just like your average GameMaker game, or especially like a game jam game, right? Which is not tying. You don't want a lot of logic in your drawer event, or any really. You want to make sure all your scope is tightly controlled. You want to make sure like all your rendering is separate from all your gameplay logic. And that stuff you would generally, you would always kind of want to do in a long-term project. So in a way, like the better your practice is as a coder generally, probably the better time you're going to have with like multiplayer porting and stuff. But given GameMaker kind of like, in a way, has always encouraged like fast, messy coding just in its style, I feel like a lot of developers are not going to have games like that, you know, that are like well constructed to the point where it's easy to port them to multiplayer without really any issues. So yeah, it's actually been quite hard, and I've more or less like I've probably put more hours into this now than I put into the original Jam game. I don't know about that actually, because like that was 2 days of pretty like intense work right on this, but like not far off. Thanks, Kawina. Hey, Happy Slime. Yeah, Mr. Lapel, it's weird like that, right? Because I don't think the lag is actually coming from graphics card stuff. It's hard. It's tricky to know exactly where it comes from, because the game itself is just not very performance intensive whatsoever, you know. And when it lags with like 3 and 4 players, it never taxes the rest of my computer. You know, it's not using like high CPU or high GPU or anything like that. I'm pretty sure it's all like network lag in some way or other, right? Whether that's from like the server end or from my end or what. It's the tricky thing. So we've got kind of two big things to do, which is like, first of all, I've got to kind of finish up the gameplay logic stuff and making sure it all works in multiplayer, like the dying and resetting the room and that kind of thing. Because at the moment, I think I want to see what happens. I think it just sort of crashes eventually when a player dies. Or like the score is set or whatever. I think I'll always need 2 for this one, so that's good, probably. Although I could probably use sync test. I might turn sync test back on just because it's a bit quicker. Probably less laggy. I also need to fix that as well. It's like drawing those up there. I don't know why. Person falls off, only 1 score, and then it'll eventually just break, because stuff will be kind of unsynced and not designed for multiplayer and stuff, and it'll be doing stuff with global variables, and yeah. I don't actually know where it tries to like, I think it tries to restart the room or something. Oh, right, yeah, this is it, right. It's the renderer object. It's still got stuff left over from when, like, as I said, one object used to control the whole game. So it's actually got stuff in here that's controlling, like, whether or not the game should, like, restart and stuff. And the the way the transitions work. So it's like, well, I'm drawing them here, I may as well also do the logic here. And that's a problem now, because this is not a managed object, so it's not going to be in sync, and it controls rendering, it doesn't control game behavior. And game behavior needs to, especially stuff like, you know, if we're changing a room or anything like that. And I've had to tear all that out as well, because changing rooms has been really buggy with this tech. So that's cool, kind of had to change. And so on. So what I need to do first is tear this stuff like out of here and put it in like managed synchronized, yeah, O-round. It's gonna have to go in. So it's tricky because at the moment I was literally just reading, oh, when the transition bar finishes, you know, when we've got that bar that's like going up over time. But this, in theory, this could come from O-round, and we can just read it from O-round, so that's managed information. And it should be in sync. Yeah, because this is kind of it, right? Okay. So when we go draw GUI, we do this stuff, transition bar. This is the transition. So what I want to do is probably reference this information. So round dot transition. Get it from there. Definitely put it in there. So to nice. Open all events. Very good at doing this, but I'll do it this way, I guess. Deal. But okay. Yes. Yeah, all of those. We're going to move to here. Does this have any kind of... It does. That's there. Huh? Don't actually want to do anything with that yet because we're not going to change room. This is the tricky thing. I've got to reset everything without relying on like restart game or restart room or anything like that. It shouldn't be too bad. It's just I've never really done that before because like restart room exists, so I just thought I'd use it. Actually, I tell a lie. It actually, I do some of that stuff in PokePoke, so. Will this be a tutorial? I don't know, what does that even mean? I've talked already about like whether or not I would do a multiplayer tutorial. I mean, you can, I don't know, rewind on YouTube or whatever, however it works. How would you go about random level generation for a 2D platformer? Oh, do you know of any tutorials? Trying to work a 2D platformer roguelike, procedural rooms. It's really hard. I mean, that's just like a whole field, right? And it's like really hard. The one thing I would say is like, I mean, yeah, like, look, you know, there's loads of stuff out there on that, but like, do not expect it to be easier than handcrafting levels. Do not expect it to save you time in that way. That's not what you get out of procedural generation. Which I'm not saying that is what you're trying to get out of it, but like a lot of people, especially newer devs, do try and do procedural generation thinking it's going to help in that way. It does not. So as long as you know that, it is categorically like a lot harder than making levels. I'm sure you will see how it runs at some point or other. Player has one game back to menu. Okay, so really I guess all of this just needs to come out of here. We did the X position of this in here because that, yeah. But this kind of logic, I mean, this relies on the X position now, which is dumb anyway, so... like, message on... use the state as well. So if the message is on and these are those like numbers that fly across the screen and also things like player X1 and so on. So if we've got one of those messages and it's 0. So if message index is 4 or greater, right? So what happens? We go to round over state, right? So actually, yeah, that's kind of where. So it's like if state. Well, position the transition. So that's the target, right? I don't really need to set this every time. This just needs to happen when we actually do the thing, surely. Yeah, I don't think I care about this as long as... Player has won the game, back to the menu. I wasn't even yet. It's 12. Alright. I can check all that. It's fine. The key is whether or not transition actually turns on, right? You just set like an alarm or something. Alarm is not going already. How do I rotate a sprite without rotating its collision mask? Generally, I don't think they do. Oh yeah, they kind of do. So that tends to happen when you use what? Just when you just like you change image angle and then like yeah, the box like stretches around it or whatever, right? I can never remember like the specifics on how that always works because some things just like it depends of like what type of collision mask stuff you're using. But generally speaking, yeah, if you want to avoid just whatever the collision mask is of changing, rather than changing data about the sprite itself, so like changing your image angle and that kind of thing, just draw the sprite separately, you know, like. So rather than just relying on draw itself or the natural draw process or whatever, you replace like you would just like you draw sprite ext or whatever, and then like sprite index, all of the various different things, image index, x, y, x scale, y scale, and but then when you get to here, you would just be like some variable or whatever that's your angle. Because you want to draw it differently, but you don't want to actually change information, like information that the mask like derives itself from. So you just, yeah, you draw manually and don't change the data. But yeah, there's a few different ways as well. Like, it depends on. Like, some setups of sprite work in different ways. I think. It's changed a lot and I forget how it all works. But yeah, I know that drawing it separately would work. Anyway. Doing this transition stuff. Saying an alarm if the. It's alright. When we're in the round over state, because someone's won the goddamn game. We wait, I don't know if it is 1 second. This is the thing, I just relied on this going off the edge, which was like nice, because then it's like I don't have to worry about timing it. I don't want to keep passing more and more data into O-round. O-round's big enough, we don't want more managed data than we need. This is just for rendering the position, so we'll kind of want to just keep that here. With that in mind, we're going to do this. Oh, that'll probably be it as well, because I think we removed this to try and get... That's probably what caused the stupid thing to happen. We thought, well, we slowed it down for... Yeah, we'll keep it like that. Plus, or is it equal? I think maybe it used to just equal this. We'll try in a second. If it goes mental, it probably was meant to just equal it. I don't remember how I did this math. So... Like, oh, it could just... Wait. This is O-round. This is a renderer, so why is it calling us this? Ugh. Let's just kind of rename this because it's confusing me. Yeah, whatever. Well, that is right. Yeah. Around. Right. Cool. You know, it's like, oh, I could read it from the renderer, but like, no, that's the problem. We can't read it from an unmanaged object. Then it can't be rolled back, can't be kept in sync when we realize things are not in tune. Before making games, how much of a language should I know? How long is a piece of string, you know, like what does it mean to learn a language fully? There's no way to draw that line, you know, like it doesn't. When you ask questions like that, you're at the point where it's just like you don't know what you don't know, right? So it like feels like a reasonable question. It's like, but like, just get started, you know, is really like all I can really advise you to do. Find whatever it is you're trying to do, just jump in, just try and make stuff, because it's the only way you're going to find out, and it's the only way any of the answers to any of these things are going to make sense to you. So try not to just worry about doing everything super correct and like, oh, how much should you know this or what, because you don't know the right questions to even ask yet. So just dive in, just give it a go, you know, find a tutorial, start doing it. Like, whatever decision you make will be wrong, but it's like, it doesn't matter because, like I say, you don't know anything. So like, if you don't know anything, you also like you don't know the right questions to even ask. So you're not gonna work out the right thing, or you're gonna be given someone else's impression of the right thing that might not be the right thing for you, and so on, right? So it's just the only way you can know is to just get in there, start making mistakes, and being like, oh, okay, next time I should do this. Well, just find it like, how can you make games without knowing how to code? I don't know, stick that into Google and find out, you know, like. Literally, just like, I don't know, like your first game in GameMaker tutorial or something like that. I've got those on YouTube, or like, or whatever thing is you want to try and learn to use to make games, you know, like Unity tutorial or whatever. Just dive in, find a guide, and just get in there and try and learn as you go, you know. Like, whatever reason you're wanting to get into it, just go straight for that. You know, people always said, like, try and ward you off, you know, always like, oh, don't start with your big project, don't start with this, whatever. Just head straight to whatever it is you actually want to do. Just don't expect to succeed. You know, I expect to run into a wall and be like, oh, okay, this didn't work. Okay, so maybe I should try doing this thing instead, and you work it out, you know, as you go. You gotta fail in order to know how to succeed, right? I mean, so yeah, but I mean, with driving, you want to have like an instructor. You don't Google how to drive and then just dive into that. That's physically dangerous. But if you Google how to drive, you'd probably also find driving instructors. So. Like, I know a lot of people are just like, I want to get into games, and so like, you know, how do I get started? And people are like, oh, start small, make a bunch of like really tiny games, like make tic-tac-toe and make like Pac-Man or what. Pac-Man's actually complicated, but you know, like make really simple stuff. And then people do that and be like, oh, this wasn't actually very fun, maybe I don't want to make games, and then they like kind of stop because like, I don't know, they didn't really want to do any of those things. So I think you should just dive into whatever actually excites you and is interesting. I want to make an MMORPG. I mean, you're never gonna, but like at least like start. I don't know. I think just dive straight in, and then you instantly on trying to dive in, you'll very quickly realize I have no idea what I'm doing. I can't do any of this, and then you scale back from there. You know. So what do I want to do? What can I do? Just do it. Try it, and then in trying it, you'll work out why you can't do that. And then you can go from there. The key is to not... The problem comes is when you try and do something really hard, and then you have expectations of success, and then when it fails, you feel let down because you expected you were actually going to do it. So the advice I give is to, yeah, do whatever you're interested in doing, but don't expect it to work, because you don't know anything. Expect that you know nothing, and whatever you try and do is going to meet in total disaster and failure, and that's fine, because that's what you want. Not what you want long term, but it's what you want to start with, because then when you're there, it's like you've made that little bit of progress, that little bit of understanding. And then you'll have a better idea of what you want and where you can go from there. Round message on. Process of trying to separate all this stuff is driving me mad. Yeah. Doing it this way. Time sources don't really seem to work. Well, they do, but they like. I don't trust them with the rollback stuff, especially the ones that work in seconds. I don't know if the ones that work in frames are any better, but when they go independent of the way they work, doesn't seem like they work well with the rollback. So when I've been using time sources for stuff, it's been like going out of sync, whereas alarms seem very safe. So fortunately, I've just been using grubby alarms after having been shown the power and future of time sources, which I love. I love time sources to bits, but I don't trust them enough for this. Alarm 1 goes off in theory. First of all, transition on. Oh no. Here, transition on. That won't happen again. This is where we kind of like need to work out like who won, what happened, and so on, which we should have all here. We should have a winner number. Or it'll be like winners -1 or whatever, right? Kind of redundant, but I'm going to put it there anyway. All the different messages again. Oh yeah, we actually goes all the way up to 8. Like a double KO one, but I don't remember what the font was. Like, it was a good font, but I don't remember what it was. It'll make it very hard to make another one of these. One that needs to cover the case of a double KO. So I might just have there be no message. For now, anyway. So, depending on the winner... Oh, it doesn't matter actually, no, all that stuff's already happened. So in terms of score and stuff has already happened. This is literally just about starting a new thing, right? Depends if there's a match winner, right? Then we reset all the scores. Array clear on the thing. Yeah, I'm excited for our Super Gamers games. Hopefully it gets there in time, you know? What if your I don't know what I am doing, I need to scale down a bit is programming? I don't know what you mean by that. Or like you tried any amount of coding and it just like you just feel like you don't. I mean, that's a different question, right? It's just like I'm not sure what you mean. Like you're scared you just don't get coding. I mean, of course you don't know it yet. Try it. You said you've learned variables, if statements, loops, arrays, data. That's loads. You can do all kinds of things with that. You know, like what? You'll do. Just make stuff. I don't know. Maybe it works for some people. I feel like trying to learn all of the different things that exist in programming is the absolute worst possible way you could ever try and learn programming. Like, you learn it by doing it. Like, it's like trying to learn how to put up a shelf by like first of all learning all of the different kinds of hammer that exist, and like it doesn't make sense. Yeah, if statements and variables, you can probably make most games eventually. Versionally. Or effectively. But you can do it. I want to make sure I wasn't going to create some sort of like memory leak, but arrays are managed. Worrying too much about it, I think. Well, we just have to do this basically. Cool. Discuss a topic that I have a question on. It seems a bit too lengthy for this chat. If so, what would be the best way to do so? I mean, I can't answer because I don't know what the question is. Another problem with people trying to preempt issues that like we can't know without the full context, right? Mouse? Hey, Belagoose? Belagosi, even? Belalagos. Not good at names. 3 first-time chats in a row. Check that out. Welcome. I mean, really, you just reset the score and then it's just like... That's it, we just do the round. So what? This is like initialization, and what if this is like... start a round, you know? Because we can probably have that as a function. Not like you creating even more data, you know? to carry around. The alarm 60. Start. Make sure message indexes and message on are true. These things are the case. Okay. That needs to happen again. Well, actually, most of these things just, yeah. The initial illusions, but yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah, just all of it, right? Okay. Zero twice for some reason. But at this point, I'm a little bit like, well, you could just define this and then do it, right? This, not so much. That actually has to happen separately. Okay, though. Flip this. Paste it here. Get rid of the duplicate in here. It's really only this that's the extra thing. They'll also need to, like, these will need to do things as well, so. This will just happen on creation of this. That doesn't even need to happen here anymore, because that can just happen as part of this. That. It's regarding whether or not GameMaker is able to recognize other GM applications. Game A detects the player owns Game B, and Game A boots a certain way if Game B is present. In terms of like the file sandboxing and stuff, I don't know how much looking around the computer you can do. I think you can like disable it now. I think it's possible that there's ways to do that. I don't really know off the top of my head. I don't know, people in the GM Discord and stuff might be better suited to give me more detailed info on that right now. Well, I guess that's just literally a matter of, like, seeing files, right? And it's, I don't know, yeah. By default, yes, Mr. Lapel. I think you can break the sandbox. On Windows, at least. Thing. Disable file system sandbox. And I think you... I can't remember what that means you can then do, but... It's just too much to think about for me right now. Thanks, Fucktails. 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 Depends on the means by which you wish to detect owning that. I think there's probably quite a lot of different ways you could do that sort of thing. Obviously, like, it depends as well, because you can run into like, things like privacy issues and so on, and some things might require you to get permission from the user, and it really depends how you want to do it. I'm not necessarily best prepped to give you the specifics, but like I said, if you like, you probably can have conversations with people on like the GameMaker Reddit and so on. They could help you navigate some of that. And then basically start a round. Do all that. So the world needs to kind of do its world thing again. I clean up. I mean, I suppose in a way I don't need to, because it should clean itself. It should garbage collect itself, but probably worth doing, like wiping it all out. Where was that? It was like key references. Oh, in theory, you don't have to. Be as clean as I can with this in particular. I just don't know enough about the stuff at the moment and what might matter and what might not. The specific reference to the struct stored in the given variable Reference is simply a value that points to the memory of the store and the struct and its contents. If this was the last reference to the struct in my game, then the garbage collector will remove the struct from memory in a following iteration, typically at the very start of the next step. It can be used along with variables and not expressions. Default structs with no further references in code will be garbage collected automatically instead of following use, but it is good practice to use this operator to flag them explicitly for the garbage collector to remove from memory at the very start of the following step, freeing the memory quickly and more efficiently. The following is okay. Okay, alright. Theory we just do that. Clear it the heck out. Wanderer just needs to like still. Yeah, this is the right. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm doing this in world. It's not in world. So we moved it because most of this stuff actually didn't need to be synced in the end, and it was causing a lot of lag and issues. So we actually do that in renderer. There's an array that just contains booleans in world of destroyed that will need basically just resetting. But that's okay because this can just do that again. Spawn points, let's create, yep, that's all. It's just all this, like we can just run this again. In fact, we could actually just create and destroy a world. It would probably be alright. Destroy all that data at the end of it. Really, literally just sits there to hang on to and synchronize like map destroyed. It's gonna be tricky because of like I really don't want to just willy-nilly destroy like the wizard objects. More like if just randomize this now as well again. Else, we just kind of need to position them and set them up, right? So it's like do this either way. For bar I equal 0. So this is what I mean. I basically have to just rewrite this whole game. You know, like it all has to work differently. So I feel like every bit of like logic I've had to write in a new way for it to work with this. It's less than. do this. Oh, maybe we don't have to else this. Maybe we can do it in here. That's absolutely fine. We'll do that. And then it's like, when we get to here, first of all we'll do var. If they exist before we get to this point. Yeah. Else we just move them. If player number x equals spawn pos 0, spawn pos 1 plus 5 apparently. Let's not question that. That's the y. Kind of like, it's got blends of like C++ and also like JavaScript, probably increasingly JavaScript as time goes on. Yeah, go for it, Black. We just move them, set the visible to be false. We don't need to change any of the sprite stuff. But well, we've set sprite indexed equals sprite idle or whatever. It might be if they're falling off the edge and so on. And state to equal state dot right? Yeah. Whatever it is they're born with. Dead, false, fallen, false, dead, zero. Yeah, we'll want to basically reset this. Else. And maybe this as well. Let's put like, yeah. These will happen either way. So basically we can actually just, yeah, we can actually just destroy our world and make it again. because that. Well, scribble uses a lot of a-hole words, dang it. We'll just exclude. Like, I want to just exclude specifically the like asset folders, these searches. That would actually be really cool to be able to do that. I'm guessing it's just nothing else. Hopefully just nothing. Probably was a test. Yeah. Anything in here need resetting? We clear out all this. Oh, we do need to make this again, right? Misleading as a name now, I think. Map data, because it's actually just used for rendering purposes now. Okay. In Windows really quickly because it's the quick one to just run and get errors from. A bit easier. 16, no. Yeah, so we can get rid of all nonsense like that we probably created. This is probably just weird because it's not doing anything now. And create 4. So we clean up all the mess we've just made. Because I have been able to. Win it. I don't need that to be here. That's stupid anyway, but that's weird. I don't get why it worked before. It's freaking me out a little. I get why it doesn't work. I just like, why did it work? May I literally, oh. We touched anything else on the GameMaker? Only very briefly. I just like Unity. I just do not really ever. I've not really gone on with it. I love it in theory, but and if you're trying to make like big 3D games or whatever and stuff like that as well, like it makes a lot more sense. But the types of stuff I've always wanted to make has always been a lot. The scope has always fitted something like GameMaker much more than something like Unity. Like, I don't know. Even to this day, like, I couldn't imagine making a 2D game in Unity, for example. I know they've got loads of cool stuff for that. And, like, I get there's, I'm in the minority there. Lots of people repick it for lots of reasons that sound very sensible. I just still couldn't imagine it. Try it a bit, and it's just like I don't know. It's overkill. Like I'm GameMaker super black boxy in its way, but like Unity to me always felt like absurdly opaque. Way like there's just so much going on with it as an engine that you don't understand when you get started, and it's just like I don't like that. Like Godot, like people make it sound cool, kind of, but I don't know. Again, I'm just like, I know how to use this, and this is good. There's just other than like the very real reason of just wanting to expand my horizons and try new things. It's like I just don't have a lot of motivation for trying other tools because why? Like okay, I don't need to keep seeking a better tool. Like the problems I have are usually my own rather than like, oh, the tool is I've never felt like, oh, GameMaker's holding me back. If it wasn't for GameMaker, this, I'd be like the best developer in the world. It's just so I need to move on to like a bigger, better tool or something. Like it's just I don't know. It's just like no, if I get better at this, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Like I don't know. Some of that is also like I just don't know what I'm missing to some degree, right? But yeah, I guess that's it. I don't really know what I'm missing, and I'm happy. So like, why do I need to know what I'm missing? Best way I can put it, really. Yes. So projects. Let's put it in sync mode again. I might regret this, but I remember how to. There we go. The lobby not. Oh right, because the end lobby doesn't make them invisible. Wait, they're in the lobby? Yeah, we don't have start screen anymore. We go straight to game now. Why doesn't world then clear it up? Because world doesn't get made until the round starts. That'll be why. But that's okay. That's what we can just do. Let's just do it ourselves. It's fine. See, look, when there's no networking going on as well, like, poor player performance is not an issue. Okay. Big immediate crash, however. I think a few things were going wrong, but one at a time. Let's just actually get the progress to happen. Oh yeah, so we get to here, then what, right? It's like we just keep running into things like, oh, I need a whole bunch of cleaning up and then make sure that works, and we still haven't actually got anywhere on the stupid thing because everything just needs constant refactor. That's why this is just taking forever, you know, like. Right, so it was like in here, right? After the player wins. Oh, we turn transition on, and that happens, and then a little bit longer. Oh yeah, and then it's when it hits here, right? That might actually be all we need to kind of do in this. Oh. Yeah. Just do most of this again. Oh no, we don't necessarily want to reinitialize the whole player score each time. New match. Yeah, and I think like that just appeals to my brain in particular, like Edward as well. I'm not sure why people worry about the quote-unquote Opera push. Like, GameMaker is owned by Opera. Like, they obviously want to find ways to help it, like, tie in and help their browser, but, like, they clearly also understand what it is and who uses it and so on. It makes sense that they bring new things and, like, try and get people to try the browser a lot all the time, but, like what does that... You know, I don't know that that means anything negative for other platforms, other than, like, I don't know, features arrive there slightly slower, or, like, some features are, like, going to be optimized for browser and stuff a bit more early. I don't know, like. Okay. Okay, this seems okay. Cameras, we need to reset the camera, but I think that's reset everything. Don't know if it gave us a new map or not. Over with the camera. Absolute hard mode, playing like this. Like that, yeah, I don't know. I think the purchase model, you can say it's Opera. I think they've wanted to do that for forever. Honestly, or I think it would have been a good idea a long time ago. And it's like, they've just like they've always been in that awkward position of being like needing to charge a premium despite competing with things like Unity and stuff existing, and then people being going like, "Wow, Unity is free, lol," like all the time. They go from Opera to all platforms and no problem, but I don't see plans to port them. What do you mean by them? Oh, yeah, they've very openly said that it's that all of that is coming to other platforms. Like that was open in their very initial announcement of it, and that they said like this is only available on Opera GX right now, but it's coming to all that they want to bring it to all platforms. Like they've been very open and explicit about that. I think it's possible you will see some stuff with this multiplayer stuff specifically where they like do like managed server-side stuff as a service. So it's like you've got to have a subscription in order to like, you know, publish multiplayer games that use like their managed like server stuff. It's like some avoid like trying to find their own ways around or to mitigate the whole like you can just buy a license for the month you publish your game kind of loophole. Like that's like more reasons for people to buy a subscription are inevitable in terms of the pricing model. Hard for me to be like, oh, they do that, it's bad. Just they gotta make paper somehow. Do I still play viewers games on Fridays? Not at the moment. I'm gonna bring that back. I'm gonna bring it back, but it's like right now it's had to make way for just other stuff. I've got too much going on, and like we're still kind of like making this sort of transition to streaming on like multi-streaming to YouTube and stuff as well. My overlay's been a bit like it's getting there. It's held up pretty well today, but you know, there's stuff going on there. There's just I'm just really busy at the moment. I want to get back into making tutorials and stuff, and I just can't really justify giving up a day of every week to just like doing those streams, even though they're really fun. But we'll bring it back. It'll get there eventually. Right. So camera resetting. That's what we need to do. Basically, just need to like do these two variables. The real thing. Is that? I'm easier probably. YouTube Switch makes comics thing, got me. Happy to help, but I don't know what specifically you're confused by. I'm currently streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. Magic. I wasn't previously able to do that for the reason that I was a Twitch affiliate. It was a very dumb thing to ever be. So I've removed that contract. So I'm no longer a Twitch affiliate. So because of that, I'm no longer bound to having my streams that I do on Twitch be exclusive to Twitch. I can stream to multiple places at once. Whereas before I could only stream to one place at a time. Streaming to both again. I used to do this a very long time ago before I was a Twitch affiliate. But streaming to YouTube's a whole different platform with all different kind of quirks, and especially when it comes to like the programming of my my overlay. Getting that working again is tricky. Like setting up the stream and everything is like a bit different. Getting used to it is different, and so on. And I sometimes will do streams that I only do to Twitch. But those are usually more chill streams that can be about anything. That can actually just like, I can just be playing games or like just talking or whatever. It's like, if it's not game development like focused generally, I'm not going to do it to YouTube. Because my channel is about game development and about GameMaker and that kind of thing. So it's nice to be able to have that like smaller audience over there as well that I can just sort of chill out with now and again. But that's kind of a less of a, I guess, less official streams. I didn't notice when it went back to 0 though. Was it 0 that whole round? Okay. So the score isn't... Maybe it's like overlapping or something. Now I have like score 4 or something. I'm not sure. Where should that burn? Round. Yeah. Oh, do we ever... Position target will be 0 by default. I'm not sure if we ever actually change it though. Like if what we can probably do is this. Does not equal -1. Right. Well, they sound like so the voices are just my voice, like pitched up. So I just when I fell off, I just recorded myself doing that and I like pitched it up because I thought it was funny. I think the game is just gonna be like just looping best of threes. I don't know. In theory, it'd be cool to track like how many you've won over time, but I just want to make something that's cool and playable and fun for the GX like thing. Then we can always make it better later, you know? Like. Look at this. I'm thinking of feeling like, was it laggy or is it because I did actually reduce the speed of the basic fireball, so it might just be feeling laggy because of that. Speed feels alright. How do the timings feel as well? Because it's really weird. I'm not really been paying much attention. Did I have 3 then as well? Yeah, probably did. Oh yeah, 1 score. I'm getting new maps each time, which is nice. Are there any paid tutorials here for GM? I know, like any like tutorial stuff from me specifically, because then like tutorial stuff, that's anything I make is for everyone. You know, that's kind of just a key thing behind what I do. So when you support me on Patreon, you're not really getting tutorials that other people don't get. You know, it's not like that. You're just helping me make more stuff for everyone. What you do get as a patron is like source code, like, but I mean even that, like people who are not patrons can buy it one-off, you know, but you do get immediate access with some of the tiers. You get some stuff like my chat, like the recognition and like my overlay and stuff like that you can see down there. Yeah, like the higher tiers you get like credits in my video. The highest tier you also can like talk to me on Discord if you want about like, you know, I can try and give you some personal help with your issues. That's the biggest like material thing I offer, but for the most part patrons don't actually get a lot, but that's sort of intentional. It's just the idea is that you do it because you want more of my stuff to exist. It's like I'm not selling a service as much like through that. It's not really the idea. Yeah, you do get like behind the scenes stuff. You get some videos early as well. Not less so much at the moment because I'm kind of like trying to keep content going. So like I'm generally publishing stuff as soon as I make it right now. But in the best of times, you get videos like a week ahead of people on YouTube as well. But like if I make a whole bunch of videos at once, somehow, as can happen depending on various different circumstances, then like I'll release them all on Patreon immediately, whereas I'll stagger them on YouTube over like a length of time, because that just works better for YouTube. But then like just one advantage of being a patron is you just have it all right away. Okay. So I think the core game loop is there then. I don't know if there's anything else that's just like broken or needs fixing or anything like that. I'm generally like, I want to do some work to get rid of globals wherever I can. Oh, is this just that's my overlay? Who broke the overlay? Was it YouTube async as well? The problem is as well is because it relies on that data, it's like it's gonna get that data again, and then it's probably just gonna crash again. So it's like my stream, like YouTube stream, like the overlay just lasts so long until it runs into some sort of data it doesn't like. YouTube. Yeah, I mean yeah, it will be Halo. Like it'll be out on YouTube. I think it'll just be public immediately. I'm not sure. I can't remember how it works. Yeah, call them chat. Find value. Hard to look into because it's like it's ages of running it before it works. So I could just swap to this, which I might just do. The backup stream scene. Be able to anything? I think I had an idea for that and then I've not used it. I think it was, yeah, because so I didn't have to keep checking OS type, but I can just keep checking OS type. It's fine. These are kind of the only globals. Now, but really, I guess it's just about optimizing the multiplayer and making that work. I don't know, like what else do we think it needs right now? It needs instructions, I guess, on how the hell to play the game. Like you know, you show and just like a lot of the games out there at the moment on the GX multiplayer are like this. It's just like the name of the game and a very brief description and text on the page, but like not much information on the game and like how to play it. So it's like you just spawn in this, you're a wizard, you don't even know the controls. So like clarifying that stuff in some manner or other is probably going to be important, including how the lobby works. Let's turn sync test off. Oh, I thought we had another one in the corner. We do not. We probably got rid of it. Violently test this menu because we got it working, but I know it was kind of still a bit rubbish in a lot of ways. Some sort of better transition there would probably good. A plan of what we actually need to do. Like, this lag is not amazing, you know? Again, I don't know if that's to do with it being local and or it's actually, it got to the point where 4-player where I was at 60 and it felt like just when I'm streaming it wouldn't want to, it drops to like this 20. But so it's just like, it feels like a tiny amount of data center received, you know? Like network use doesn't even feel high there, like, you know, like but it just, I don't know, it feels like something is like, I don't know if it's causing a lot of rollback, like the rollback count doesn't seem super high. Like nothing in this is really eating a lot, you know, like I suppose it's got 19%'s like not, wow, what the hell? Like just Opera being what Opera be. We got 3 windows open. Is that just a bunch of extension? What's that about? Notice only like 3 of them are actually contributing anything, which will be these ones. Memory usage is high. I don't feel like it should be like bad though. Yeah, it doesn't. Not at the moment. No, hold on. Oh yeah, Vivaldi. I remember that. I want to say it's definitely just like, well, yeah, this is like network use, sure, but it's like not, you know, that's not my computer so much. That might, it might literally just be my connection, right? My amount, my bandwidth. And I don't really know how to like measure like that, right, from the computer, right? Of just what's screwing with my band, like, you know, like. It's not cool, but I mean, it's not like it's, you know, I'm not dropping frames on OBS or anything like that, you know? Like, we've got a solid connection, I'm sending like 4,500 kilobytes a second to 2 places at once, you know, to Twitch and to YouTube. And this is sending like 30 kilobytes a second, like each thing, right? Like it's a tiny, like that feels like a tiny amount of net traffic, but it might also just be to do with the speed of the servers, how much like bandwidth it kind of allows. Really hard to know how to optimize this further. Streaming does seem to have an effect on it. Like I said, like usually like this, like just moving around without shooting fireballs and stuff with 3 was really fast, but now I don't want to stop streaming to find out, because stopping streaming is a whole pain in the ass. Stopping and starting is. And there's also just like is it being local? Is it the fact I'm tabbed out of all of these browsers and that kind of thing? And probably a lot of things like not making its life super easy for testing it. Audio, well, on the stream, I mean, probably just refresh. I don't know. Shouldn't be. But that can also just happen. I'm not, like I say, I'm not dropping any frames or anything. My OBS stats look great. Curious is like, what should I do as well if a player drops out, and like, I need to sort that out in terms of allowing the game to continue in that way. But like, look at this. Look how different that is. You know, with 1. And yeah, immediately, like... And this performance is okay though, you know, like, it's a bit jagged, but it's alright. Do we have... Raise your hand in either chat if you are like... If you live in Europe, have a minute free, and like, have Opera GX. Kind of a few conditions, but it would be nice to be able to do some little tests of this. Opera GX, you'll need Opera GX to be able to play, yeah. But that's all you need. You just need the browser. I know, we already know what it's like when you try it with like cross-region, unfortunately. And that is not great. Oh, cool. Well, I'll put it in either one, but like, please do not join this if you are not in Europe. Oh wait, that's the wrong. I think that's the wrong link. Sorry, let me try that again. Oh, it might have been the right link. climb. Unknown 2. We lost connection briefly. This is a little worrying. One, two. Laval's right. Click your thing. Yeah, so it's hella laggy, right? All you people are European, yeah? I'm gonna trust it. Who is unknown to? No. Nailed it. Oh, no. Oh, I almost died. Oh, you're that person. Okay. And then this lapel and haze line. Okay. Yeah, rough. Huge lag. Okay. No, I don't know what to do about it. I've already done like the biggest things I can think of to reduce like the state size down. Really don't know what's eating the most of it. You know, like what's... But it's like that thing of like Mario Party where the Luigi just stands still and wins the game. Oh, it's so hard to try and charge one up in the lag. Oh. Oh no, we both fell. But I think maybe you fell first. Oh no, disconnected player 3 was still there. Yeah, like obviously there's little things like that as well, like you know, identifying which player is which, but I can't like... Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave this. Set it to 2. Let's see if I don't know if this works, because it can be slightly inconsistent. I'm gonna try like just a 2-player briefly, just with whoever can get in. Hopefully it only allows 1. Oh no, it still does that. Alright, yeah, it will. Like it's just exponentially like that. I'm just gonna post it in just Twitch for now. Just one person, see if you can get in. Right, I'm gonna just hit start lobby with whoever, like cousin. This is a lot better. There was still a little bit of lag there. I didn't even see them fall. That might just be like, I don't know, rendering thing. It's very slippery. You have to be careful. You need to focus more on yourself than the opponent. The loop of it works and everything, at least. What? What? Oh, he discovered the dash button there. You can see the rollbacks happening now and again as well, which is interesting. Didn't really see that in my local testing. Ooh, Jesus. Ah! It's like it came up with the continue there. I don't know what I was about. I click on it. Oh no. I made the mistake of trying the dash button because I was like, is right click breaking the thing? Am I accidentally right clicking or something? This is my plan. Check this out, check this out, check this out. It was not a good plan. Oh, the snipe! The level 2 charge with a super fast fireball. Yeah, you can hold it down to charge the buff to do like yeah, like it's like it's even this is a little laggy as well, which is a little upsetting. Nah. What is that? What's going on with that? Why is it like I click and then every now and again it just comes up continue like it's losing focus on the window? Seems like you always, it seems like you lose connection briefly when a round ends. It might just be because it has to do a lot of data syncing, like when it actually does when it does this or whatever, maybe when it like redoes the map and everything. It's a bit confusing, like why am I being drawn there like that? It takes account is kind of a weird, it's complicated. It synchronizes player input, and then like when it realizes that like inputs are wrong or they've come late or whatever, it rolls back the state of the game to a previous state and then like recalculates what the state should be now based on what the inputs actually turned out to be, and then it like rolls things back and then rolls them forwards, you know, so it has to kind of do like a whole bunch of actually saying that out loud is making me realize why some of these things might actually get laggy. Rolls things back and then rolls them forwards, so like you have to mark certain things as managed or not managed. That doesn't mean they are synchronized as such, it means they are like backed up. It means they are like saved every frame, you know, it's like it keeps hold of the data so that when things fall out of sync, it can like takes that data and recalculates it and where it should be now based on like what everyone's been pressing and doing. So it doesn't actually like it doesn't send that data back and forth of like what the game state is or anything like that. It just works out what the game state should be based on inputs. All it sends between the players is input. I see you. Yeah, it is. Nerfy. Man, this really it is easy to just play forever. I'll say with 2 players, it's kind of alright. Any more on that? It's just way too laggy at the moment. Good effort with the getting fancy. I'm gonna leave it. Well, okay, we'll finish this match or whatever, right? I just missed that entirely. The math of the arcade, well, it's quite simple. It's not really a lot very complicated math. I actually kind of just draw them directly where they, like, their actual position is actually just them moving in a straight line. And, but when I draw them based on how far they are from how far they are to their destination. I just give them a bit of like extra Z depending on how far they are along it, in like using like a sine curve. So it just gives you the illusion of like that arc, right? And then, like, I can draw a shadow at where the shadow is drawn at, like where it actually, the fireball actually is where the shadow is. It's one of those games that's why the harder you try, the worse you do. Anyway, right, I did say one more back, so I'm going to leave it there. I'll go out with that. I don't actually know what happens if I just leave, but I guess you've just found out. Yeah, so like you see the shadows coming out of the fireballs there. That's kind of where the fireball really is. Crosshair was really laggy. Yeah. It's interesting because it's like, in theory, I'd like to make that just client side and just take the client side thing. I'd be like, but like, because input is the thing it synchronizes, you know, I can't just be like, okay, throw a fireball at like your actual true like mouse X, mouse Y. Because the other players have no way to like replicate that state. So it has to come from the synchronized input. And the synchronized mouse input might just be kind of laggy, you know? Yeah. It does, yeah, Jason. And what I think I might be able to make it a bit less laggy with that, because I think it might just be updating a little, like a frame behind as well. I do just do it in draw end, don't I? Just wherever that is. And it gets it here, and it's like by the time it gets to the draw end event. Because it might be that it's a managed object as well. It might be able to like design renderer. I'm not sure it would make a difference, but I might try. My unmanaged renderer doing like a just move that event right to here. The hell did that do? That was super weird. Like I pasted it over. What? I hate the whatever. Something is screwy with how like you click in here and they've moved wherever the bounds are. That where you click to create a breakpoint, and now it's just like any time I click on a line, I just make a breakpoint. It's very annoying. It's constantly getting the mouse position. It's not when it's firing. Oh, you're saying like, could I do that as a way to like make it better? Maybe, but then like it might just. Would that be a better experience? Because it's possible then, yeah, like yeah, the drawing of it would feel better, like it was specifically where your mouse is. But it's possible that when you actually clicked, like what you see isn't what you're gonna get, potentially. Also, actually, what am I, like, there's no reason for me to do this at all, actually. Oh, no, because, yeah, I need the coordinate. Oh, no. Well, yeah, in theory, but, like, oh, I think maybe that's a better experience. For it to feel less laggy, even if it isn't, you know? I don't, it's hard to tell you, Skylar, like, sometimes, like, that stuff's, like, because, like, sometimes that stuff's, like, I've seen, like, jam games do it or whatever, or just, like, I don't know, because it's just, like, the weird anti-intuitive ways of doing stuff that you just sort of notice sometimes, or think of, or whatever, you know, and I'm just like, how do I draw this? And like I've known before, just like a cool way to like emulate something being off the ground or whatever is to like just draw it with less Y. You know, if you're doing like a 3/4 perspective thing or anything, or isometric or whatever. So when you want to draw something like height off the ground or whatever, you just kind of make a fake Z that just sort of has an impact on where you draw it Y-wise, even though it's like it's in the same place, and then you use the actual coordinates to draw the shadow kind of thing. I've known that kind of thing for ages. So it wasn't a small, it wasn't a massive leap then for me when I'm like, oh, okay, like I want to do like an arc. What's good for like arcs and curves? Oh, sine waves are really good. Like I know about waves, and I just have been able to, you know, I've done that for various other different things in the past. And it's like, I take that idea and the idea is there, and we put them together, we can kind of create like a curve. I did spend ages in the jam trying to look up the maths for doing like an arc and stuff for like that, and I was like, eventually it was like, I don't need to. You know, I actually like, I want like I can keep the logic simple and just make it in a line, because all that matters is we draw the arc. Because the fireball is going to end in the same place. It can't hit anything in the air. If it could, that'd be another matter, right? If like there's other things in the sky and we need to actually take account of the Z and stuff like that, but like it starts in one place and it's always going to end on the ground that's always in one spot and one height. So I'm like, yeah. So it really just came down to like, how do I visually represent that? And it's just like lift the thing up as it goes, and like it just ended up looking nice. Only pay GameMaker in order. Is there a way to pay in USD? I'm not sure what you mean, but I mean, I pay GameMaker, like, as in when you buy GameMaker? I mean, I've always bought it for pounds, like UK, so Australian company. So, big lag. What do we do about that? First of all, like, how is this new mouse thing feel? It's like how we're doing it in the lobby or something. I think it's like, even if it's like a little off in the fireball, it's probably going to feel better like this, like for drawing it at least. It's not actually made like the position of the mouse any less laggy. But it might feel better at least. Thanks, Mark. Oh yeah, it will be because like the wizard will have been invisible, so this will help that as well because it'll just be in the renderer now, so it should always be visible. That makes sense that it was like that. Speaking of, I'm going to move this one to the lobby that I think does the same thing. Different crosshairs. Screen volume up, please. It's about as up as I can really get it. I can try and talk louder and so on, like, I don't know. Music or whatever, I can turn that up a bit. I don't know. Really have any other way to make this any higher? Unfortunately. Well, yeah, it's like it really feels like it's down to like minimizing the state and stuff. But I guess it's not just about the state, but about like everything you do every frame, right? Like in managed stuff. Because like not only does it have to roll back the state to whatever it was in terms of a big size thing, it's then got to like run through all of that logic again to get to wherever it needs to be now. And if there's a lot of steps in that, it's probably going to slow the game down. So like, but it seems laggy before it's even doing it. Like when I watch the stats, like not a lot of rollbacks are happening, and it's still like laggy, you know. So it's like I don't know if maybe that's to do with like the way it's doing the predictions as well. Maybe it's doing those calculations ahead of time, like it's always doing them, so it doesn't matter so much. It's actually, I don't know. Anywhere we can like cut down on looping, like big loops of logic or whatever, is probably gonna help. What's our wizard like state machine like in control? It's tricky because I can't really tell. It'd be nice if I could run the debugger on like GX and maybe that would give me some insight, but like it just doesn't work when I try it. It's just some bug at the moment, I don't know. But it seems to work for other people, so maybe, I don't know, maybe it's... Like, I just can't get, like, it just doesn't do anything. It just stays on this connecting thing forever. If I make a blank project, it does work. Well, no, it doesn't work. It gives a different kind of error where it says the port is wrong. So then I'm like, well... Start. It doesn't do any of the game or anything, you know? So this does unable to connect on port 6509. Please change value at general settings debugging debugger port. General settings. Oh yeah, here. Actually don't know what this means. Real-time debugging? It means like it updates the stuff in real maybe. Oh, that's handy, I didn't know about that. I don't know what this should be then, or what port I should use. GameMaker unable to connect on port 6509. Open a port or some nonsense? I don't know.
Here it go. Hear it. Feel it.
Don't remember the IP address of my router. Never do. Shut down my internet while I'm streaming. Okay, finally I do remember that. So. Picking a port I think I have open.
I heard a one rapper who chopped this guy's whole body off.
Alright. Alright, it actually just worked.
Here it goes.
Profile doesn't do anything though. Well, it's blank, right? It's literally a blank project, so I guess that makes sense. What about... Oh, no, wrong one. I think... So I worry about like scribble existing in the background. Maybe it's like that just needs to be destroyed once we've come out of the lobby or something. I don't know. You still can't profile or anything. I don't know what the debugger can even really do in this then, because it's just, maybe it still just works with breakpoints or whatever, right? Oh, so it waits for the debugger to connect to each one, right? Yeah, I don't know. How you... Something's gonna help you. Hello, Indian esports. Have I worked on any crowd physics tutorials? No, not really, because like I don't really know a lot about that stuff myself. I've done my best attempt at that kind of thing was probably in my RTS jam game that I did, which I think you can get the source code for. I think it was Ludum Dare, so I think it's possibly available. It might have been a jam one, so maybe I didn't have to put it up. I don't know. It might be there, might not be. But like that was a vague attempt at that kind of thing, but also in a very simplistic way. Yeah, probably. Yeah, they're too naive to really call it physics. Change that port. Just keeps doing that. So there's just something with this. I mean, we knew, I suppose, there's something with this game. It doesn't like the debugger for whatever reason. As well, but yeah, well, it doesn't seem like it would help as much anyway, from what I can tell of the ones where it was working. So hard to suss where the performance problem is coming from, right? There's something that gets exponentially worse the more and more players we add. Connected to a rollback in some way. We've reduced the state data down massively. That actually seemed initially to help a lot. And I could actually get 4 players locally. Like 60 were before like shooting any fireballs, and the moment you start shooting any fireballs, it busted. So I thought it was to do with the fact it was streaming maybe as well, but then that doesn't seem, because that doesn't seem right either. Just because we did that little online test there with everyone in their own browser. Wish I could watch other people try it, maybe. So we can optimize. It's like, I don't know, really. Like doing these kind of loops as much as we can is like avoiding doing this sort of thing as much as we can is a good idea. I would have loved to have been able to use time sources to like iterate on the falling thing. I mean, probably still could because it's in the renderer, but actually, yeah, the renderer handles the falling stuff now, so it doesn't even matter anymore. Right, like this is just happens, but this. I thought this was going to be the big one, but it like didn't seem to make that much difference. Now that's just totally unmanaged. Really at this point, kind of hard. It's just about trying to reduce lag in multiplayer. Like there's exponential lag the more like players you add. It's kind of playable and okay with 2, even if it's still not amazing with 2. But then like 3+, it just becomes like unplayably bad. Like, what do we do about that? Expensive functions are we maybe doing in like managed stuff that then might have to recalculate a lot based on different input. Like, we could probably replace this lerp, right? Like, this is a tiny thing, but we could probably replace this lerp with, like, actually just, like, a linear thing. Instead, like, use, like, a curve or something. Just to reduce the amount of calculation being done in managed stuff. Because, like, if we use like a curve or something in the renderer to do it, it's just better, right? I don't know if just having an animation curve makes the state bigger. Too big of a question there, I think. Directional arrow, too many what ifs, like maybe? Demo where you sweep zombies off a roof? Don't think so. Just a basic, like... One zero. Oh god, what? Terrifies me when you do this, GameMaker. It makes no sense. Different. If that happens, I feel like I need to just close and reopen, because memory going unstable with the project and stuff can just be disastrous. That's probably worse, yeah. It's okay, I think I know what I meant. Yeah. Like, this isn't. This probably changes nothing at all. In theory, these are the kind of all I can think to try at the moment, which is like, cause for small. This is where it turns out that doing min is actually slower than lerp anyway. Actually, that means it's a better idea. People multiple times. Oh yeah, this actually sends it in both directions, doesn't it? You know, it's such a micro thing. I don't think this is even good. Not even worth the headache. I might be able to avoid it. It does not. Do about single player as well. We just don't allow it. If we put some bots or whatever in, that's probably not going to happen. But you start around, does that? Set some of these. Probably set some of these things to. Position bar becomes 1, but then we'll drop off of 1 immediately by the time it gets backdated, so it's never going to happen twice in a row like that. It's just like, I don't know, it's running predictions on just be like, oh, what if I need to do this? Let's come up with every I can't do that. That would be unsustainable. Come up with every possible state. It would be every possible state based on the input. It's like, oh, you shoot a fireball on one player, and then I don't know, that doesn't make it to another person's game in time. The game's gonna go, well, I'm assuming they were just doing what they were doing on the last frame, which was not shooting a fireball. And then maybe another frame passes, and then I don't know, maybe a couple of frames pass, and then it gets the info, and it's like, oh, actually, 7 frames ago, so and so shot a fireball. Oops, we were wrong. So then it has to go back 7 frames to where it was when it first decided that the fireball wasn't being shot, decided it is shot, and then process 7 frames forward to where it needs to be now. And if there's like 4 players who have all 3 of the players like, no, they've all got to do that, while all checking that each other one isn't doing that. I think rollback is just kind of intrinsically a bit laggy with lots of players. So I was disappointed about doing 4 at the moment. It's just like, they've got to get it. Like, I could not imagine trying to do more than 4 with this stuff the way it exists right now. Yeah, it's play versus play. Fireballs seem to cause the most lag as well when I'm doing that. Well, it might be an interesting case to look at in terms of like finds this and has to do this and simulate that. That is like causing a lot of lag usually. Because they'll get you pressing the fireball button and start charging the wizard for a fireball, and then it'll realize. Then I don't know. It might even be like it realizes, oh, actually, ages ago that player not only pressed fireball, then 3 frames later they released it and actually created a fireball. And you just simulate all of that. Go back and be like, okay, input for like fireball on. Fireball charges this a couple of times, do this a few times, and then then come in and do this. You need to run this whole state machine like a bunch more times, right? Including just doing all of this again with the same inputs, but like mostly. But it's not like it just has to accommodate for like it's got to redo the whole state, you know? Again, when I'm thinking about it like this, I'm feeling like there should be, like, that would be taxing in a processing sense, sure. But it doesn't seem like the games are taxing in a processor sense. They're not using a lot of CPU or anything like that. It's just struggling to get it done in time to actually process the frame. And I'm like, understand the nature of the lag. Because the lag is there even when they're in the wait state and everything. Well, hopefully the NVIDIA thing will filter out like crunchy sounds. The music I'm listening to is just a bunch of stuff by Ben Burns, who just was like, hey, you can use this music on your stream just generally to everyone, and I was like, okay, cool, it's good music too, so I use this playlist a lot. It's a Spotify playlist. Various games this person's worked on, which is kind of cool. With GML from within GameMaker, it's like just proprietary to GameMaker, kind of similar-ish to JavaScript and C. It's more of scripting than language though, than like a dedicated programming language. Usually yes, because my overlay would usually have a button to allow that to happen, but I can maybe find Do that. Do that. One thing it did seem to massively help was when I reduced like the island size down to like nothing. I could like try that again just to see if that's still consistently like a thing. Like that. Ah, this is the other issue I've got to work out with the lobby as well. Like for not synchronizing properly at all. Hey, look, this is working with like 3 of these in here. Look at that, like 60. Helps a little bit with the fireballs. State size is way smaller, but like I don't know if it actually is the state size now. I think now because we reduced the state size enormously, like tenfold, and it did improve things a bit, but it still like improves so much better when the actual map size goes down. So I don't know if it is stuff to do with having to reiterate on the map. Or what? Fireballs even in existence to do that kind of thing, you know? I don't know. I'll talk as loud as I feel like. Turn your speakers up. I don't care enough right now. Okay. Alright, let's... Like, I'll get mumbly sometimes, like it's hard to consistently talk at a loud enough volume that, like, it's hard, right? You just have to manage it sometimes. When the world gets created, we make all this. Do start around. It looks for that, but that's not really. renderer does, but like in theory that just shouldn't matter. Because it's based on managed data, but it's not doing anything to it, you know? It's all separate, unsynchronized stuff. Music is too loud. Same thing every time, but it's always like super quiet to me, and I've got it at like -11 dB, you know, like, and when I watch the VODs back, I don't understand it, because I'm like, I can't hear the music. I watch all my, like, I get so frustrated with this all the time, because it comes out, I'm not saying you're wrong, because like everyone says it, like it obviously must be a thing people are experiencing in the stream, like but it's always so frustrating that I like when I watch back my VODs, I may as well have not had music on. Like, it was just like, couldn't hear it at all. I just get louder and louder and more distorted as I'm like turning myself up to match what other people are asking for. I don't know. But yeah, that's the other thing, is sometimes you just have to bear in mind that I'm thinking to myself, mumbling a bit, and you're just not going to be able to hear what I'm saying. Sometimes that's just how it is. I don't know how to make this any better, really, at the moment. Like, it doesn't seem like that expensive of a game. It's just, like, just not. I don't know. Just don't know how I'm supposed to be thinking about it in that sense, right? Of it's what takes up like the vast majority of like anything logic-wise, right? But it's not a managed object. It's not like none of this stuff should affect. None of this should be like lag that matters with increasing numbers of players. Just gonna like, so that's kind of the speed now, right? Like, what exactly happens? See this. Not really, no. I've been doing quite a lot on this, like last week. Like, I spent most of last week working on this. Being debugger. Other, stop profiling. Those uploads. Yeah, well, Wizard stays the same, right? I think it's... World isn't processing anything on the map like every... Yeah, that's actually super weird then, actually, that it even makes a difference. Because then it just means the only thing I can think of that makes the difference is the fact that the array exists at all, and it's just like a big 2D array existing is just slowing the game down enormously with lots of players. And it's not even that big. Relatively, you know, it's like, what, 1,400 entries, it's like 38 by 38. like, yeah, wizard was 0.04, 0.04. The renderer obviously jumps way up. And so, like, the temptation is to think that somehow this is responsible, but it just doesn't make sense. Because the renderer is just, it does all of this independent of any of the networking stuff where it should be doing. So
don't be that person. Take your time and really enjoy the process as much as you can, and try to make the product as perfect as you can. Then you'll be able to rely on this thing for years to come.
currently it's just for Opera. They are planning to bring it to other platforms. But it's very, very early in the tech at the moment. Like, it's in beta, it's like, it's unfinished, you know, and it's just, this is the first platform for it. I might be trying to solve something that's just fundamentally flawed on GameMaker's side of it as well, with how it's, I don't know. It's really weird to me that reducing something that seems to have a massive impact on renderer draw time has an impact on the lag of the game in multiplayer. Like, feels like it should just be completely independent of that. Do this like a million times more than anything. I wonder if there's some overhead in that. That's an interesting question. Can I move those? Like, I mean, they are pretty universally needed. But, like, possible these could have, like, their own version of that? This. Find all. Oh, world does it. Oh, renderer does it. Does this even need to do that? How does that work? Oh yeah, because it needs to, it needs to compute that there. That's okay though. Like, I don't really know how these, where these sit in memory and how much the rollback cares about them or whatever. But I can't imagine it really makes a difference. But just as a curiosity, world still needs to be able to access that one. Even better, I might even not even have to do it like that. Where is it? In here, right. It does inventory, which is not super ideal. It's sort of an optimization in some senses anyway, right? If I just like... Just that, isn't it? I was curious if that's like could help a little bit. I don't know. Ooh. That's dropped down from like 5? Just from not calling us... Wait, draw is... Whoa! Draw's all the way down here. Oh no, I've not ordered it. Idiot. I was like, no way it makes that much of a difference. I was about to have my mind blown then. But it has reduced it, it seems like. By like a not insignificant chunk. Of just not calling function overhead. Is there a way to have player data saved locally transmit over the... not... It doesn't feel like... No, not really Super Gamers games. Yeah, not from like a separate game or whatever like that. Doesn't really work, I don't think. At the moment, anyway. Like a difference they made there. What does that mean? What's other mean? That it's calling 1400 times. Isn't an... Ah. Oh, I won't do it for 400. Oh, wait. Maybe it would. I'm gonna do that with... Yeah. I'm gonna check for all 4 wizards every single tile. I need a better way of doing that. And I worry about doing with statements with a managed object from an unmanaged object, even though I'm not changing anything in that object. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know enough, you know? as like a reduction rate. I just want to see now. Does this feel any different? That doesn't make sense that it even would, but... What is that, debugger? No, just run it. I realize the maps are going to be messed up, but that's okay. Yeah. Be laggy. Not disastrously so, but I imagine 4 would be disastrously laggy. We could try it briefly. Which one is it this one? I don't get this problem. I don't want to care about that problem right now, but it'll still just, yeah. Sort of unreliable. Yeah, just 30. Okay. I want to say it feels slightly better, but it's... Like, it still gets the input from this as well, which is kind of nuts. It's just its state is just wow out. So I can like kind of actually play as player 4 by like clicking around in here and just giving it the input. Which is sort of insane. Okay. It gets exponentially worse just with each player. All I can think to do is just keep optimizing performance on Windows and then hoping it like makes things better, you know? Like I can't see what else I can do like data-wise or anything that's like gonna really help. I'm not even running the game. What are you doing? Run! Windows VM default. What? Waiting for debugger to connect now? Because this is running on that thing or something? I don't know. Suddenly that port doesn't work anymore. I'm not really sure what you mean, Joker Wolf, but no. That's my guess. Tiny island. I got stuck running or something. This is why as well. We moved all the heaviest stuff to the renderer. That was like all what we've been doing in order to optimize. So it's like it should just be fine that it's all here. You only have to do this per computer, and 4 ms is like whatever. Cool, okay. Probably because it's averaging it over time. So they also make these little fire particle effects every frame, but they're not managed, so I assume that would just be okay. Don't know enough about what it's doing to know how to optimize any further. What's it like with 4 when we have that tiny island? Did we try that? Like with 4. Close it and it always like seems to remember the last one, I guess. Our project's not fully closing down or whatever. Might have been why that server stayed up or something. Back. Right, yes, okay, for once. So much better, right? Holy crap. Oh, that's playable. There is just something about the big world. The state size is a big, like, is possibly a big deal, but especially since, like, just, yeah, increasing it just by like a few thousand every time we make another couple of fireballs. Just an array of booleans. That's as small as I could possibly make. Like, I originally wanted to keep all of the data synchronized, but like even things like showing this height difference and sprite and stuff is actually totally like unmanaged now, and it's all just the only thing we're keeping in the state is whether or not a tile is destroyed, because that's the only thing that fundamentally matters at a gameplay level in terms of you standing on it or not, or if the fireball hits it and that kind of thing. Oh, there's documentation and stuff, but it's like limited, you know, I've read it all, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure there's probably still stuff I'd learn here or there from, but like, the very first thing I've been doing is like, you know, pouring through all the documentation and like reading all the stuff it says to optimize. I've basically been doing all of that, you know? Reaping for info now. Just so weird to me. The renderer like has this effect. Well, I suppose it actually doesn't. In a way, you could argue it's the world, the world having this effect if it is just tied to the state size. player shoots fireballs, state managed instances goes well up, you know? There's no way for me to even... Well, I suppose there's like that mock input thing you can do, right? Might try that. Again, lobby. Stuff actually works in the manual now, that's nice. Oh, it can only be used in sync test anyway. No exceptions around. I'm guessing just someone disconnect. Yeah. You tabbed out for long enough, it's gonna do that, right? It doesn't... There's no such thing as sharing the state. It's about the fact you have to keep... Each client has to keep making the state. And like remaking it when it receives a rollback and like trying to predict, you know, like what that state should be, and then when it turns out it's wrong, it's got to roll back to a previous state and recalculate its way to the actual state. I don't know how much of that is like done ahead of time, like where it like, I don't know, sees all possible outcomes at once and then like goes, so it can instantly be like, okay, go to this version of the state. Or how much it actually just like when it sees it wrong, when it goes okay, goes back and actually recalculates in that moment. That would make more sense with fireballs making it laggier as you know, as players shoot, it tended to get laggier. State size goes up. Which seems to be the recording and the rolling back of the state that makes it more and more laggy. The bigger the state is. I can't really make the state any smaller unless we just make the tiles way bigger, but that's just a different game at that point, you know? Make the islands a bit smaller, I guess. Like... I'm not sure what that is in reference to, Theoden. Because if it's about the 20,000 mark, that like it starts to get really laggy with 4. It's like, well, if each player just shooting constantly adds 2,000, like what a state size? It's got to be like almost nothing all the time. Like, it just doesn't work. Oh, that was weird. That happened. I know why that might happen. Gotta say, oh, if it's destroyed, don't do anything to it. I'm just gonna have to modify. Like, I didn't want to have to modify this, but. know it's not happening before. Good. I thought maybe Joker, but like we tried it via Opera's thing, and like it was the same issue occurred. Like when I actually tested it with some people in the chat. I don't get why making the world this small makes so much difference. Just like, I'm not sure why just a big array consumes that much space, you know? It's just a whole bunch of variables, like 1400 variables or whatever. Booleans as well. I'm gonna take some sort of bitwise thing to like just memorize the whole. Is there some way I can just have like a giant string of like zeros and ones and find the character of the string or whatever as like a quicker way of... Possibly, you know. Is it even much shorter to just have one variable contain some data that can represent and 1444 zeros and ones, you know? Oh no, not in logic that's managed. Logic, like rendering it, yes. But it is, I have to. It's an isometric game, I have to do that. I mean, it wouldn't be an actual string, swimming, it's just... do some like binary mask for it. Like it'd be a lot of work to try and work that out and do it, and it's going to frustrate me if I do all that and then it makes no difference, you know? This is the big problem, where it's just like I don't fully know the deal with the lag. I can't keep like I appreciate that people show up in the stream all the time, but I can't like I can't think about it myself if I have to keep going over the basics of what the problem is, so you kind of just have to lurk for a bit and work it out. So it's, in short, it's about the game lagging exponentially with more and more players. No, GameMaker even works as binary. Not actually helpful. Like, can you set a thing like via an operator to? I imagine that, like, I don't know, if there's any way I can store it that's actually any smaller. Like, it's just a big array of booleans. It is a big array of ones and zeros. I don't know that can be any smaller than it is. Yeah, it's like my only guess right now in terms of how to make anything go faster is to have a smaller state. Oh, this is. What are the operators? Oh, these. I know it's like people want to help as well, and they're like, "Oh, so what are you sharing between the players and stuff?" And it's like you're so far behind if that's the question. All that's being shared between the players is input, because that is how rollback works. Nothing else is being shared between the players ever. That's not how rollback works. That's not what's causing lag. What's causing the lag is what it has to do as a result of sharing that input, which is every now and like it has to make sure its state is the same as other people's states, but it doesn't share that information, so it can't directly compare the states. It can only compare if the inputs have been the same and therefore should have led to the same states independently. Therefore, what it do is when it realizes it got something wrong, it sends your state back in time. Like, it's constantly keeping track of your state, and then it can send you back in time to a state locally and recalculate from there based on the new inputs it got. That's how rollback works. It's weird that fireballs add so much as well, though. I don't know if there's some way I can reduce that. Each one of these is like, it just goes up to like 10 fireballs or what. Like, I don't know how much each one costs. Any of these still running? Yeah. Like 500 for like one fireball. Because it's a good point. We never really looked at any of these scripts as well that exist, and this exists, which makes the fireball, and that's kind of a lot of stuff, right? It just needs all this stuff. I don't know. Don't know how to square that. What was that? An approach every frame is probably not super ideal. It's helpful just because it means it goes in either way. Few places as well, right? Look at. Yeah, but when I was originally trying to work this out back in the jam, it's funny to look at. Let's get rid of that now. It's actually just this one mass line. Where we can, I'm gonna just do that. Copy. this time. Let's just be absolutely sure. Very consistently. 2780. 15032. The little things aren't adding to it or anything like that. Goes up, goes away. Good job. And then second one, 36. What was that? 3624. So that's what? 422? I don't know, bytes? I don't know. Bits? Who knows? Shouldn't be as much of a problem. Yeah, that would add up for this as well, right? 22, make that 28. Yeah. Each one, fireball is 422. Don't know how much a wizard is. I'm actually quite clear. There's like 5,000 in this before, right? So I guess like each one of them's like a few thousand or something. This is just like, I'm not really trying to fix it right now either. This is just experimentation at this point to try and understand better what hell makes a difference and what doesn't. You know? Oh, no, don't debugger it. Just run. Start lobby by himself. 780 again. 3202. Okay, so exactly the same. Right, we changed this function in here, so this function doesn't change anything about the size of the state or anything like that. I didn't think it would. Yeah, that makes no sense that it would anyway, I guess. But like, I'm just experimenting. I'm just trying to confirm things that yeah. This actually means? Is that some sort of compressed, I don't know, hex representation of the state? I don't know. That's not much, right? That's not a big thing. Just sort of like shove it rather than the raw data. We could just zoom it in on a smaller island as well. That might be an inevitability at this point. Who knows? I'm actually not sure about that in terms of like how when we do the isometric stuff in the first place, we draw each tile in terms of screen X to screen Y. And make it come from around here-ish. Each quarter, yeah, this is about like where it puts it on the screen. We could always increase that if we really wanted to. just maybe we just play it zoomed in, you know, like, and have a smaller island that's just. Still not working right. Oh yeah, it's got like, it's because if you fall off the map. Yeah, okay, I know why. But yeah, I think I want to see what that's like. What? Oh, whatever. Yeah, this is new. What the hell is going on now? Oh, I'm just getting sick and frustrated with this stuff today. Because that camera's happening now and it's like no longer showing the full room, and now I'm drawing the mouse where the mouse. Yeah, probably. I don't even get that though. What the hell? Too hard about the stupid mouse issue. Does this even like help, you know? Like, something the window and it's like, oh, that's decent. Can't even hope to click on them, right? Okay, no, that's okay. What we can do is... Yeah, that's fine. We don't actually have to change it in here. It's fine. Keep that as it is. And it's a lot of bits around that, because it'll happen here anyway, so that's okay. I have to change it also, those work for the lobbies are different. Very different game state. Might have to worry about it anyway, but need to. In terms of does it help though? Yeah, quite a bit, right? Even here, it's like still got some. Dead. What's interesting is you get rollbacks when I start shooting fireballs. When I'm just moving around... Oops. I don't really get many rollbacks. There are some. And then when I start... whichever window. It feels like it goes way faster when I'm actually firing fireballs. I guess it's just because... Well, yeah, because you have to be doing some input for there to be any wrong predictions, but like... Fireballs just cause that way more. Go with this room, the big room size reduction. And then go from there, you know? Make things a little bit mixed in some ways, I think, but it is what it is. I might, in that case, just be able to actually just shut down the rest of the game a whole bunch? Maybe. Easier way to even do all of this. Doing here with zooming the camera. do. That's for a start. This brought up a bit, this would be okay. Yeah. All right. And what is 20 by 20? 2 by 32 times 38. What is, I don't know, 608 divided by 38 is what? Oh, why are these tiles? No, 608. 16, right, 16 by 16. 16 times 20 instead. 320. We've wiped the. Oh my god, it has. Well, that was kind of committed, but I think we've still got backup ones. Another one. Yeah, we've got like this version and so on. I don't see any other way around. Like, with the time I have and the knowledge I have and everything, you know, it's like. It's small, isn't it? Actually, we could go one further, right? I think I can just go all the way to the edge. I think I just didn't want to because with going outside the grid and stuff like that, that was just scary, but I don't think it actually matters. Theory, I could even go one. We do need to bring it up the room a little bit more. It's gonna like completely change the coordinates of this if I do that. You know? Oh, but we get screen X and screen Y like that, don't we? Just change where it's drawn. Look at all. Now regretting like unfolding these if they might have to actually change. It's still kind of cool as well, actually. I was like, oh, like, do I want to zoom it in twice as far? But just the pan is quite good. Wait, this is not the same one, right? This is different. Yeah, this is yeah, this is it actually looks like right now. Unless I keep it like this and move the scores to the top. Through with the tile functions. You're really going to notice the kind of stupid rendering issues though, so I do need to get that under control if I do want to do that with. I don't get why that's just... I keep fixing it and then like I play a bit more and I'm just like, oh wait, this is not working at all when you fall down a hole. And it's just like you just disappear. And sometimes randomly reappear overthing. That looks alright. Suppose that's just how that's gonna look, because it's like... on that tile it should be drawing it in the right place, it should be still drawing it behind the thing. Is it maybe doing like both? So like when it does draws you here, is it maybe doing this? That is above 0. Yippee. Yeah, you should just not falling, and I think maybe I do like a breakpoint here. Oops. Ah. Yeah, I see the issue with this immediately. like a hole I can somehow... Oh, actually, I can probably just walk up here and do it like that. Okay. So, currently, variable. So, wizard draw skip. 0 is true. So, wait until we're doing this. Visible, state 1, wizard draw skip, player number 0. So. Other dot. What's the draw skip? Now it's false. What the fuck? Ah, does this every time? God damn it! Right, we need to do this first. Like so. Yeah, still have to do that for every stupid frame, which is sort of annoying, but it shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter. There we go, now you actually fall into the dang hole, which is what we wanted. Yeah, it looks way better, okay. You can kind of like make it over little gaps, as long as you're like fast. But run around like... Well, you don't stay on the gap. I don't know what gap is like too big. Current move speeds. About, yeah. How do you move over like a size 2 gap? Just gotta go fast, like that. Tempting to make you fall faster so you can't get away with gaps that big, because they feel bigger now we're more zoomed in, you know? Even, yeah, like all edges of that you can actually just get over. Terms of the screen and where the scores are. It's like... Do I... Here it is, right. Do I just move this up here? I really liked it at the bottom. It was just the structure of it I liked, but like, I don't really know how to move this easily. So I can move the camera down, but then that seems to do stuff with the cursor and everything. what actually happens? Okay. No idea, double or blue, because I've never had to really answer that one, so I don't really know, to be honest. Do anything. Once again, but like, that didn't do anything. Why would that not do anything? Okay, like, start around thing. It's not dependent on anything. Plus 64. Just want to bring the camera down a bit. No, trying to keep it inside the room, maybe? I don't really care about that. I don't think. Do I? Hmm. Dude. There we go. This still works. I don't think the cursor's busted or anything like that. Okay, cool. This seems okay to do. Play a sound once, you play a sound once. If you're running into the issue whereby playing a sound every frame, it's probably because you're doing it in something like a step event. You mean like, when the player does this, do this, and then like they're constantly doing that. So the logic is more just like, how do you make anything happen once? Depends what you're doing, but like a lot of ways. Oh. Okay. Does this look alright? Looks like it's skirting on the edges of the face a little bit. Maybe offer just that tiniest bit of margin. Okay, I assumed you just typoed once, but I don't know, maybe you just did it again. Counts once. Almost playing a sound. Yeah, you must mean once, and the code does not. I mean, I got that from your first question, but that doesn't really give me any more info, you know? Like, in what context are you trying to play a sound? Like, how are you trying to do that? And in what way is it not working? Does not work is the least helpful, like, description of something. Because I don't know what work means to you. And how are you checking if you've clicked the start button? Yeah, I get the type of issue you're running into. I'm just trying to work out the context. How are you checking that you've pressed the start button? I'm going to assume it probably involves something like a step event, but Very efficient in your words, aren't you? I regretted saying that. It sounds like it's probably something like that. Cause like, oh, I've just given them the opportunity to say yes and give no further information. My guess is you're in the step event, you're checking if... I'm having a guess because you're just refusing to give me any information here, but I'm guessing you're checking if mouse... You're checking where the mouse is or whatever, and then checking if it's right, like if the mouse button is down or the button is down, then do things and also play sound. Now, what do you think the problem with that could be? Because, well, I guess you don't know, right? The problem with it is like if you're pressing the button on one frame, you're probably like you're a human being. You probably don't press and release your button in a single frame. So on the next frame, you're probably still holding the mouse button. So it's gonna do it again, right? And it's gonna do everything again, not just play the sound. It'll do everything in that bit of logic again and again and again and again. You might not notice some of those things. Especially if it's stuff like changing room or whatever. So there's a number of different ways to deal with that, right? One is you can check the mouse pressed event rather than just checking if it's down. So rather than like mouse underscore check or whatever it is, you use... Yeah, and then we jump to just giving me the code. That's how it always goes. Okay, so we used if mouse check button pressed, okay, any, and instance position, mouse X, mouse Y, all, equals, so this thing, okay. Room go to, why have you used audio stop sound? See the place where you played the sound. Oh, and yeah, if you've literally put one in the loop thing, then yeah, that will cause it to loop, because that's what it does. Which is a way simpler problem than what I imagine. Not the more common of the issues, but yeah, if you did audio play sound and then the name of the sound and then a priority of some kind and then your loop is set to 1 or true, then it's been a loop. But I don't know, because none of us know. I don't know. I tried. Well gum. I said well gum. Even. Yes, it is cozy a bit, but I mean maybe I'm just used to how it normally is. You put 4 players in this. We've got a wild. If we go with 2 players, I think it's still just kind of cool. Probably just makes the round a bit quicker and that as well. The dash thing is just like insane now. I don't even know if I want to keep that power for this version of the game. This version of the game might just be a bit simpler for the time being. No, I don't know Java. I've done a little bit of JavaScript. Yeah, well, hopefully it has a good impact on the game. You know, we don't. It's just. I knew I quite liked the game as it was, so it's obviously I was very hesitant to just want to completely change a fundamental thing about the design of the game, for the sake of getting this to work. honestly, I've only like just under halved the size of that tile thing, so it's still up for debate whether or not how much this even really helps. But there's something else. Map visibility needs to be on. Let's maybe. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. God dang it, Sean. I need to finish streaming soon. Go get some food. I feel like I'm just not. Yeah, I've been stuck with this really hard issue. I've just not gotten as much done as I'd like. It's so hard trying to work this stuff out. Alright. Should we do a quick, like, if anyone is still about, who is able to, who is in Europe, has Opera GX? Like, those are basically the only two conditions. You're in Europe and you have Opera GX. But they are important conditions. And that's not like I have a VPN, as a lot of people have asked about before. That does not work. That is not the vastly does not understand the issue. But if you are in Europe, I have Opera GX and probably I think like an account on GX Games or whatever as well. Then and only then, trust in you all. Ah, we're not going to be able to click already buttons because I need to resize all of this stuff probably, don't I? This might be tricky, but we'll see what happens. Yeah. Okay. Just click to the far like side of the screen. I don't think it'll work. How am I gonna click this? It's not annoying now. No, okay. I need to fix it. Alright, we'll try that again in a second. Good actually, because it's all these res sizes to choose where these things go. Player space needs to come down by like half. Past true. Congrats, Blue Dog. Glad you got there. Okay, so this is like whoa. Oh wait, yeah, that's just how that do, right? Something that does things where it, like in the Opera GX where it actually seems to run too fast. It's weird. Right, let's build that version. So that seems like oh, no. Balls. Right again. Oh, happy birthday to Koyan. Pronounced that very well. But happy birthday. I feel a little suspicious of that, like I've just been baited into saying something, but hopefully that was just legitimate and wholesome. Seems like it was. Alright, let's try this again. Again, do not click the link. I should really say before I post it because it's stream delay, but do not join if you're not in Europe. These are familiar names, that's good. no, I lost connection. Still a pal. Oh, that's always that's worrying the way it's like losing connection on that. Quick, you ready buttons? Okay, this is a good sign. Hey! Yes. Like it's all something broke. Don't know what broke. But, oh, this person just DC'd. DC. Oh no. Don't know how it's gonna work with another player just disconnected. Oh. Oh no. There's a lot here. Oh, that was really weird. Like it. Not showing? What's that? It's like a whole new set of issues that only reveal themselves when you've actually got it on the game's thing. It's like 4 different ways of running this game at the moment. There's like running it in Windows, there's running it on OperaGX, like running it OperaGX's sync test on, like OperaGX, and then like connect to a bunch of players and yeah, you just don't do anything. The ultimate strategy, do nothing. That is weird though. Ooh. I think maybe what I need to do is some sort of like sync on frame when we like do a new round. Because it's like not, I feel like it's not hitting all the like make player visible things or whatever not working. Oh, when does that happen? It happen when the firewall happens. Freeze frames are good. It's still getting really bad. I don't know if it's just because we've got a DC player. We now just got a point. Your cousin seems to just disconnect or not. Mr. Lapel seems okay. So I didn't even hit. Laggy. It's a significant improvement. Like, it's playable at all. It's obviously still kind of a mess. But it is like a huge jump up from where we were, right? Ooh. We just keep losing connection with cousin. I don't know what that's about. Oh, we just proper desynced now. Whoa. They were still in the game. Oh, I think maybe cousin is probably disconnected now and it's just like letting us slip on. Ah, right. Yeah, so you yeah. You do want to keep the tab in focus. Like that will just lag you out. Shut us up. Alright, we're gonna remake this room. What is this place? What happens if you do the matchmaking thing for that? Oh, that's really weird. Because Mr. Poe was also playing with me, so it's like, was it just desynced but I was still getting inputs from both of you?
What is this place?
Join this new one. I need to move the position of these buttons around as well. Oh, so it was wrong. On my screen I kept winning, but on my screen I was winning. Interesting. Yeah, it was probably a big desync issue. I've just kept it to the Twitch one for now. Just Vladimir, are you in Europe? Or you got like disconnected pretty quickly. Gosh. Okay, the mass fireball is still lagging it the hell out. It's just getting worse and worse and worse. Look at that. I know, and then it eventually causes someone. Oh no, it's still kind of in. PC. But are we still just in this game? Maybe it does that the way it does that sometimes as well. Yeah, that wrong. It doesn't matter too much. In fact, it looks kind of cool, but it is indicative of something going wrong. I mean, there sort of is, like, well, every time you click, you get like it's like 4 frames before it all happens, sort of thing. Yeah. Aiming at where I am, so I'm guessing we're still seeing me correctly. The ultimate strat is to just stay alive. Doesn't matter. The more you focus on just on not falling. Oh no. Quite good to watch. And I'm aware that you kind of like player 4 has like a big messed up sprite at the moment. It'll change between the green and yellow one kind of randomly. And when it works, it's mad fun. Yeah, right? Like, this is why I wanted to bought this one. So like, I know this is just like, I had loads of fun with it. Local multiplayer with my friends. Like, is that a lot of fireballs or? Yeah. There's like multiple. I think I got some sort of version of this that was like in between the jam version and the big multiplayer local one I got, because it's got like some of the stuff. Because I made like a whole bunch of palette swaps. It's just laggy, unfortunately, at the moment. What even was that? I don't even know. Sometimes it's hard to tell if it's like, it's just bugged or whatever. Oh, to the wrong player, because I can't see where I am because I'm like invisible. Some sort of desync of the visibility. Yeah, Ronan Krang, yeah, sorry, it's really gotta only be European people play them. I don't know if I can even force that in any way. If you jump up, yeah, true. I like that the AFK player has at least one point. Like, just seems like 4 players worth of fireballs is just too much, and I don't know. I don't know how many we can allow, but it's like you gotta need there to be a lot of fireballs. You know, it's the game. The game is called Fireball. You couldn't shoot this many. Like it would. I could make them go a bit, like the base ones go a little bit faster. Like, charge level 2 just doesn't get used a lot, even though that's like the super fast one. It's the snipe one. Good in that when the map was big, you could like snipe all the way across, but like, I feel like level 2 is getting less and less useful. Go. They thought they were somewhere else. That might have been why it was really laggy with 4 initially. Then, if it was just running crash. Let's try again. Let's see if we can get 4 from Europe again. I'm gonna close this. I want to see. I think there's a way we can like actually lock it from in here, right, region-wise. Can't remember like. The default region, or is it literally just like Europe? I hope that's the right.
Nice.
Get them from here. I'm gonna hope that this is just right. It's based on good info. No.
Here's a cool sound.
No, yeah, I don't know what's doing that, cousin. It's not clear. I've seen it do that locally, but I don't know if I've tested it enough locally to really see if to see that. So it feels like some sort of synchronization thing's going wrong, but I don't know yet. Weird. There's just so much that seems to be happening logic that I don't fully understand it all yet, you know. I understand the theory. The implementation's a whole another kettle of question mark, you know. What did I change? Oh, the region.
Yeah.
The default region. I don't know if it actually does anything. Well, the map is like half size. That's the biggest change, because I mean, you came all the way to the Twitch chat just to get the link to this. You better be in Europe. Who knows if you confirmed or not. Yeah, it's like it's a bit laggier now with 4, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was when we had like when it was with Ronin Grang or with US and that. Oh, maybe this is just a bit better. No, no, no. It was still laggy, but it was still better than like the absolute like. It's just, I'm not saying it's like it was playable, but like it was. Oh, this is what's going on here. Sometimes it's real laggy. Players. This is where there's too many fireballs, you know? I think the state just gets to that same size again, because each one of them's like 400 or whatever. There's just a certain state size, but with 4 players it's just like too much. It is tempting for now to just make it a 1-player game, like a 2-player game. For the sake of the competition and that anyway, because it's just like too laggy. I like, you know. No! Why did I move? I was fine. No, it's literally just me going ah! And like turning the picture of it up. Suddenly it just like all like in brief moments it can be like really disturbing. Every one of these. Lost connection. Fireballs are so hard to answer the question sometimes, but like fireballs are part of the state data, yes. But that data doesn't get sent between players. But that doesn't mean that that's the only thing that can make your game lag out. Like the fireballs are not getting, like the state is not getting sent between players, but your state is being backed up and recalculated and stuff all the time. Imagine with a wild falling. Grab. When you lose a... Well, the player doesn't even get destroyed, but they go into a simpler state, I guess. Whoop. Yeah, I mean, you and me both. And my guess is that has to do with the way predictions work. I feel like it must be doing something whereby, like, the more players there are, like, it's like I'm gonna roll back and update. The more players there are, the more it has to. Like, if it's doing something where it's simulating some stuff ahead of time, or just like, what would the state be now if this input was pressed? What would the state be now if this input was pressed, or whatever? I can see how that would, like, scale exponentially. But I don't know, I can't really see why it would work like that. It just feels just crazy that it would work. What? The big shake when the big fireball hits. It does actually, it's weird that it does seem to speed up when, like, a player, like, dies, even though when a player dies, like, that data doesn't go anywhere. Like, I just make them fall on the map, they don't, like, get destroyed. I don't think. Do they? Alright, you can keep playing if you want. I don't know if it breaks the room if I leave it or whatever. But, dead can become true and they don't draw anymore or whatever, but they still, like, exist with all this data. I suppose at that point, if they are predicting it or whatever, like, they can, I guess, know that these inputs don't change. I don't know how it works. It breaks if I leave. Unintentional breeze for Yeah, right, but, like, it's just the only thing I can think of right now. You can beta chat has come up with anything smart. Do. Up to. That's kind of cool. Everyone just most of the things that people posted here, like other people just try to work out stuff as well, you know. Come for rollback. Throws an exception when trying to modify it. Sounds to me tied to the stupid, insane room change thing. Oh, I've lost my YouTube chat. Where's it going? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Yash. Toppings on pizza. Mostly meats and spicy things. What I think I've learned so far, hoping I can help others, but Problem is, usually with GameMaker stuff, there's a bunch of experts who know way more than me, who I can ask about stuff, and they can feed me awesome information. With this stuff being so new at the moment, and having dived into it for like this long, I always feel like I am that expert, annoyingly. So when I don't know it, no one knows it. Like, other than, you know, the actual like developers. And like, I actually got in touch with that guy who like commented on my stream, was like, oh hey, we the ones who made this feature, we got any questions, let me know. I added him on Discord, and he's like, oh thanks for having me, I'm going on holiday though, and he's not going to be back until like after this jam is over. So I'm like, no, tell me how it all works. You know. Visibility thing is about, you know, when like start around, like not every player is like visible right away. Only when it gets made. Like round, what is? There's this that oh maybe I just never did that right. I thought I wrote logic for the wizard to like come. I knew it was a thing I would have to do. I remember it being in my head, like, oh yeah, remember to make the wizards like invisible and then visible again, you know? How do they? Sure, it was tied to the. These are managed, which is sort of annoying, but. Get made with world, right? Oh no, yeah, it happens here, right? So we get world to just don't we just make a new world? Yeah, we destroy our world and then we make a new one. And so what that would do is pick a map, make the map, blah 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 blah. Spawn players, go into this. And forever like make 4 of these. Possible maybe they're being drawn under, maybe their Z's too high or something? Be there, right? New wizards, do all this. Resetting the wizards. Let me just desync test a little bit. And just, I don't know. Why is that going so fast? Son? Like, I don't. Something's weird there. Some sort of that time thing. No, because the drawing of that isn't tied to any. Anything written. Spawn. Do these ever go away? Oh yeah, animation end instance destroyed. This is brain. Place where they can get set to true though, and they become true the moment like I noticed the players appear the moment like they started moving, right? Can I like I don't know, can I watch back my stream immediately? I've been watching this all down, it's probably not even great for my bandwidth either. On YouTube. Watch myself. Fun for the GX. Yeah, like that. Look, the fireball lands, does its thing, and then it catches up. Doing that thing. Why it no make the wizard visible? You know, why no visible? The wizard. Is it possible that this number is wrong? I mean, well, no, it doesn't seem like there's any logical problem, because if there's a logic issue, then it's like it would be doing it in the sync test, and it doesn't seem to. The O world makes them, so there's a managed thing making a thing. Plus. Really hard to know how to deal with a disconnecting player as well, because it's not like I can just reduce player count and go from there. Because then it's like, say we've got 4 players and player 3 goes away, and I reduce it down, it's just going to get rid of player 4 the way everything's basically works, and I just like loop through the player count. It's tricky. Getting the feeling that by the end of this, by Thursday when the game has to be done, the game's just going to be 2-player. Like, it's just so unmanageable. Do you think I might have to confirm a sync before starting a new round, which might help? But like, I don't get what could be off that would cause the wizards to be invisible like that. You know? Just briefly as well. Like it finishes doing its thing. It's like this sort of happens and it destroys it before it can do this, but then later it works out that, oh, actually they should be visible, and rolls back and does a thing. Read that bit of the manual so many times, and the destroy stuff still confuses me, like... I don't get this at all, I don't... what? I mean, global access to an instance's variables... store its reference in a global variable, which other instances could be... Wouldn't you would just... what? No, you wouldn't... what? Oh, okay, I kinda get it. That mean I should maybe do that with the sprite stuff as well? Possibly. But I think like once they've got them, they've got them. That can never go out of sync because it's never changed by anything. Yeah, finally. Scribblers. I have this horrible feeling Scribble is doing something that's making this all painful as well, but I don't really know what. I don't think so. So, it runs by itself. Interesting that globals are just unmanaged. I mean, I get changes to a non-managed instance can't be managed and rolled back. Why does that mean that an instance ID stored in a managed instance must point to a managed instance? Like, surely I can refer to unmanaged. Well, yeah, I get that managed stuff doesn't want to, like, refer to unmanaged stuff in the sense of getting any information from it and using it. But surely it can refer to it in order to do stuff to unmanaged objects. Because it doesn't impact game state, right? A managed instance containing a reference to another managed instance will be set to undefined if the reference instance is destroyed. Means if a variable in a persistent managed instance contains a reference to a non-persistent managed instance, it will be set to undefined when the ream changes. Sure. Does this mean anything? I don't think I want this, but programmer following tutorial seems a little mundane as everyone has a different code style or concept of how code should work. Is there a free paid course to understand? Those two statements seem kind of incongruous. I'm not sure how first affects the second. But there's all kinds of, I don't know, it depends how you define course or whatever. Tutorial is a course, like what makes something a course, what makes it a tutorial, like I don't really know what you mean. It sounds like you're asking for a course as opposed to a tutorial. I don't know. Just understanding GML and its functions. I mean, there's a manual. Like, but you're right. Everyone does have a different style and concept of how it works. So I mean, no matter where you learn whatever, like, there's no one objective way to learn it. You're gonna learn it. Probably helps things a little. Just like getting destroyed like a couple of frames after it's supposed to have done this. Give it more time to work? I don't know, it's really weird. I'm gonna set this game to 2-player and then we can test some stuff again. Whoever the lucky person. So let's just test this. Weird how it goes so. Why is it going so fast? Like sometimes, like. Whew. Frame rate just restricts. It's not normal. Like it won't run like that in Windows, you know, like. Like that's way slower, right? It's like frame skipping or something, I don't know. Not a clue. Oh my god, it's 7 o'clock. I noticed though I needed to come off soon when I noticed it was 6. And then we just kept going for like an hour. Right, like, let's give this a little spin in terms of 2-player. And then I'm gonna come off. Like actually putting them on the GX thing. That's some kind of progress. Fortunately a bit out of brain at the moment, AOK, so I'm probably not going to be able to help you very much. It's quite late for me. They had this to 2 here. They had it here. They have max players in this, which is how many it does here. Does it still say 1 to 4 on the page? No, well, it worked out there. Whoever gets in, you gotta be from Europe, you've gotta be from Europe, you've gotta be from Europe. I can say it enough times, I should always say it before I post the link really, but... Well, whoa, what was... Did it go that fast for you? Like, what was the... Play X wins thing? Like, just like that, it's like some sort of frame skipping. And it runs too well. Oh, it's done the invisibility thing again now. Like, it's annoying. It's good. Like, it actually, like, it goes too fast when it does that. It's actually always more annoying than the lag. A bit better, but that's normal. Potentially, like, it's just like, I feel like the problem must run deeper than that on some level, I don't know. I just keep applying bigger and bigger patches and just like trimming more and more off the game to get it to work, and I don't want to do it. Slow down, and then just like, ooh, I guess it's like catching up or whatever. I wish I could see like the stats thing that you can have on when you're testing it. Oh, the easiest mistake to make. Oh my god. So you don't know where you stood and you just walk off. That's just a game design thing as well, though. Sure, it's like that place like feet on the floor. The calmest wizard always wins. That hit me as I won. If there's any pattern to the invisibility, like, yeah, I just scored. Is it gonna make you invisible again? Yeah. Kill myself. I'm just test. I'm gonna kill myself. I want to see if this makes me invisible and you not. Yeah. It's like it's holding on to the... That doesn't. But will it do that again? No. Okay, this time we just we're both. Oh, no. That was a funny. I mean, it's when it's like it's nice that it's not laggy, but it's like almost running too fast. You can see the stars in the background. Look how they just like go slow and then fast. It's like messed up. You literally just watch the background. And then again, they just like whoop. They like loop forward. Does look quite nice at this size though. I'm glad it's like feasible at least. I don't think it's as cool. I think the bigger island is just better. But it just doesn't seem like it's possible to get it to work. Two players, I think it's sort of. If it's going to be two player, maybe I do that.
don't know. I keep walking off the top somehow. Yeah, I've been shooting where they are. Whereas I should be shooting where they are going to be. Think like rollback. Predict. Probably because I'm streaming well beyond the time I should be. I'm going to be coming off in a second. Well, it's something. At least at the end of the day, we've got a game that can be like played and kind of like is enjoyable enough. You know? Hard for me to see the performance and stuff of this, and with it, the bugs and everything of it winning, but like this competition or anything. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, is anyone else doing any better? Like, I don't know. It doesn't seem that way on the Discord, but maybe everyone's got great games that are about to come out and be like really great performance and everything. Alright, we'll let you probably win this, and then it's so hard to move through diagonally. Because when you actually move diagonally in the right, I'm gonna leave it at that. GG's. When you actually move diagonally in the game, there's the thing, is like you move, like the wizard actually doesn't exist in proper isometric space. Not really. So they like just move like screen diagonally as opposed to like isometric diagonally. So you can't like just like hold up and right to like move along like the top edge of the isometric map. You just end up walking off. The game was never actually originally designed for keyboard. This is probably the thing. It was all like pad and twin stick or whatever as well. So you would kind of, it was a bit easier in that way.
The name's different as well, just because you can't actually just click to shoot as well, as opposed to you had to like move this with the other stick, which was kind of wild. So how in other engines the highest FPS is fixed as delta time? Not sure what you mean. Oh, the fact that it seemed like it was going too quickly. I mean, in theory, it should never go beyond 60 FPS. I'm pretty sure it's just like skipping or whatever to get back up to what it is, and you can't do delta time stuff with rollback at all anyway. It's just fundamentally incompatible as a thing. Because of the way timing is just not, like, it doesn't really work as far as I understand it. Like, is the background managed as well? Like, you know, when this is scrolling, is that like something? Don't you even know? Yeah, these are just given speeds, right? Like if I just run this, that just is that, right? Back furthest doesn't move in here. So what moves that? Oh, I do that. Well, they just have speed, sorry. How does one make the state any smaller? Than what it currently be? Yeah, with one player, I feel like that state number's like higher. Why is it so high now? Oh, before we reduced it like 10, and now it's like 20. 20 by 20 grid, so of course the default is a bit bigger. From 6,000 to 9,000. 3,000 per player. Feel weird. I actually don't really even know how I would. I think I would have to fundamentally rewrite it in quite a lot of ways, Brickbeat, to do that. You'll not get to see stats if it's like. If it's like that. Keep saying it. Wish there was a way I could do both at once, but so. $877 rollback. So many rollback to do. Oh, did it. Invisible thing. So I kept moving down. What was that about? I wasn't pressing it. That for still out of sync to the point where it was like, it was still just making predictions. So it was just like, oh, it's pressing whatever I was pressing last, but like holding down, right? No, I even did it then, look. It's weird. I did it on both screens. It's not like, that's not like rollback stuff. It is absolute hell. Absolutely mad. Like, came down. I just pressed it just once. Oh, just one, really. Like, there was a couple of frames of movement there. That's no bueno. These just get, yeah, it might be if like these are just like locked in a bit. Like, do I even still use these? Please say I don't, and that's more information we can get rid of. Every little helps right now. Oh, gone. Like, can I turn feather off? That would be nice, because I want to get back the old thing that's just like... Yeah, the only referenced once thing is actually kind of useful. Feather doesn't seem to have this, or I don't know if I've turned it off or what. Not in... How about it in Scribble? I really worry that Scribble just existing is doing something, like in the background, you know? Oh, I need to stop streaming. I need to know. What are the instances done? Variables. Pause. Is there a way I can just nuke all of Scribble the moment we start the game? Or just nuke it? I might have to ask Juju tomorrow a bit about how it works. If it's actually safe to carry around while I'm doing this. For sure, I know that could be just the cause of a million different issues. Moved down when the UI was there. Don't know what you mean. You can explicitly like sync it and do some of those, a whole bunch of things you can do. Oh, well, there's sockets and stuff. Yeah, there's like network. There's always been networking in various degrees. Very easy there. It also has its own limits and constraints and whatnot. What's this buffer? Scribble out entirely. There's always a risk to include it, but like it doesn't seem like it's doing anything. But it's hard to explain some of these issues if other people aren't having them and so on. Well, there isn't really a system like an old multiplayer system. There are networking functions and stuff, so you can build multiplayer. It's a lot more manual, and you have to kind of do it all yourself, you know. So this one is kind of like exists as like a much more of a system, I guess, you know, like there's black box, there's managed servers and so on, and automatic synchronization of certain things, but it specifically uses rollback as well, which is a whole specific type of game networking, right? In theory, it's very exciting, but there's a lot of kinks to be ironed out. What I was doing now, and that seems like as good a time as any to call it quits. So thank you everybody for hanging out. Been good. Oh, it's gotten really dark in here as well. Not on the street anyway, but this room is huge. I've moved to this corner of it, but yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out on Twitch and or on YouTube. The VOD will be up for those who are interested. The kind of reason I'm even streaming it to YouTube is I'm trying to take part in this thing. And this is the thing, by the way, in case you want to make a game in the next 4 days. Make a multiplayer showcase thing. If I'd have had any time, I'd have made a video on it. But I'm doing a thing for this. Just like to try and make a multiplayer game by August the 4th. Either creating something new or adding multiplayer to something existing. I thought that would be easy. Or easier. 2 most played, $2,500. Top 10 games, $1,000. See how that goes. At the moment I'm just like, I don't know how many people are going to get anything that is even functional. But do my absolute best with this thing called Fireball. That's what I've been doing these last few days, so like that's obviously put some videos on hold or whatever. I feel like I'm always constantly announcing why there's a delay to things, but that's just is how it is. But that's why anyway. So I figured I would stream it so you can kind of see what's going on and get some content out of me that way, right? That's gonna be me. I'm gonna be doing that until like Thursday probably, like to try and get this thing decent for this competition. Learning a lot of stuff that will hopefully be able to bring to tutorials and content about the multiplayer and that kind of thing. Learning more all the time. It's a shame at the moment. It feels like I think the team that specifically work on the multiplayer side of it are like, or the guy that leads them is like on holiday at the moment. So it feels like nothing in it is like changing or like it just is how it is until Thursday. It's hard to get more info about it and so on. So I'm probably plumbing the depths at the moment. Like I've digested the whole manual as much as I can, and you know the community and our combined knowledge. We're doing the absolute best to get the most out of it. And it's a struggle, so we'll see how it goes. But hopefully sharing some of this journey has been fun for some of you guys, and hopefully it'll be able to inform some cool content, tutorial, and that kind of thing in the future. So thanks for watching. Friday might do some kind of stream as well on Friday. I don't know. There might be more streams on this throughout the week. We'll see how we get on. But I probably just want to get back to making videos as soon as this is done. So we'll see. Anyway, that's everything from me. Cheers, guys, and I'll see you all when I see you all. Which button do I hit to finish this again? I'm just gonna. Do I need to go to? I don't even know how to finish streaming anymore. What kind of professional am I? Nice. I'm gonna hit the end stream button. Cheers, guys. Oh, my phone's ringing as well, so it's a good time. Bye bye.